Offered a rotating merry-go-round of rationales to explain why they need to federalize voting laws and take over all of American elections themselves.
The split Senate failing to break a GOP filibuster on the bill moments ago. The CDC says it's watching a new subtype of COVID's Delta variant known as AY4.2, recently identified in the UK.
And we have, on occasion, identified this sublineage here in the United States, but not with recent increased frequency or clustering to date.
CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says there's no evidence of any impact on current vaccines or therapeutics. The FDA could decide today on more COVID boosters and on mixing and matching shots. Meantime, the White House is planning for possible approval of shots for younger children, saying it wants 5 to 11-year-olds to be able to get a COVID vaccine right in their doctor's office, at a local pharmacy, and maybe at school. A police union plans to sue over New York City's new vaccine mandate. Mayor Bill de Blasio expanding a previous order to all city workers.
COVID's not gone yet. We're not back to normal. Not everyone is safe. We need to make this whole city safe. We need to save lives. And we do it with vaccinations.
City employees, including police and firefighters, need proof of at least one COVID shot to avoid unpaid leave beginning November 1st. Possible human remains found in a Florida park near where police have been searching for Brian Laundrie, the fugitive fiancé of slain traveler Gabby Petito. So far, the FBI only confirming items of interest. America's listening to Fox News.
It's back on. Mark it down. October 30, Michelob Ultra presents the GSPN Imas Met Good competition. Guam's strongest man and woman will be determined at the Paseo ground. Come, watch our island's strongest compete in the Triple J truck pull, the Paradise Fitness log lift, CTD and Pacific tire flip, the IT&E wheelbarrow course, Guam Army National Guard warrior walk, and the Isla Imports mini truck lift. There'll be a beer garden and food truck, so leave your chow and drinks at home. They're not allowed at this free event. Who will be Guam's strongest man and woman? Find out Saturday, October 30th.
Hafide, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
The school shooter who killed 17 people at the Florida high school he'd been kicked out of pleads guilty to 34 counts of murder and attempted murder, telling victims' families he's doing it for them.
I am very sorry for what I did, and I have to live with it every day. And that if I were to get a second chance, I would do everything in my power to try to help others.
The defense attorney for Nicholas Cruz had offered a guilty plea soon after the 2018 attack, but prosecutors refused a deal to take the death penalty off the table. Now a jury will decide on death or life in prison. A battle over child labor laws in Wisconsin.
Teenagers would be allowed to work longer hours over the busy summer months in Wisconsin under a bill that passes the state Senate. That's opposed by Democrats in the Wisconsin AFL-CIO, which says the measure rolls back child labor protection laws, though it's backed by Republicans and the state's hotel, restaurant, and grocery industries that say the changes will help smaller businesses struggling with the state's worker shortage and be a benefit over the summer and weekends. The bill that now goes to the GOP-controlled Wisconsin Assembly that would also have to be signed by Democratic Governor Tony Evers.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. PayPal makes an offer to buy Pinterest for $45 billion.
News of the potential deal comes less than a week after Pinterest co-founder Evan Sharp announced plans to leave the company to join Love From, a firm led by Jony Ive, the designer of many popular Apple products. PayPal was one of the few companies to thrive during the pandemic as more people used its services to shop online and pay bills. Over the past 12 months, its shares have increased by about 36%. No word yet on when the deal will go through, but Reuters reports that PayPal plans to finance the acquisition mostly through stock. Mary Corsetti, Fox News.
A mixed finish on Wall Street. The Dow up about 152 at the close. The S&P also higher, but the NASDAQ slips 7 points. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Hafude, konnichiwa.
Patois. Ciao. Enter for a chance to win the 76 Circle K World Cuisine Giveaway. Be one of 3 lucky winners to win a passport of free food from around the world at over 15 different local restaurants. Just stop by any 76 Circle K, purchase $35 or more in fuel to get an entry form. Drive by today and taste the world with 76 Circle K's World Cuisine Giveaway. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more details. Some conditions apply. Circle K, take it easy.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Hafude, it's 6:06. I'm Anna Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Well, the governor has been eyeing the use of the Eagle Field in Manila for her new 21st Century Healthcare Center, but the plan has original landowners up in arms as they have for many years been seeking just compensation for their property. The Guam Daily Post this morning says lawmakers committed to the use of the property for the development of the hospital, but as government officials move forward with the project, concerns linger with its implementation. In particular, original landowners of the Eagle Field have been continuing to voice their concerns, both to the Speaker of the Legislature, Therese Terlahi, and the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission. There are 12 Eagle Fields landowners listed in the GALC. The Speaker, who voted to pass the 21st Century Healthcare Center Act, says that after listening to the original landowners, it's clear that they were not informed of the governor's plan to use Eagles Field. And they're also aware that the compensation provided to them decades earlier was unjust at just 9 cents per square meter. Speaker Terlahi in the Guam Daily Post says that she's encouraging them to make their concerns known to the governor as well as the Ancestral Lands Commission and will continue to advocate on their behalf. Adelup has not yet responded to the Speaker's statements. Meanwhile, the GALC Executive Director John Birch in the Post said that he too has fielded calls from people concerned about the land, but the issue is out of his jurisdiction, while the agency is tasked with facilitating the return of excess federal lands to original landowners or their heirs. Eagles Field is scheduled to be leased and not returned to GovGuam. Meanwhile, the defense liaison Vera Tapasnia in the Post says that they are looking at December for the first lease licenses to be issued, and after plans are laid out, it will be worked out with the Navy, which real estate transaction would be most suitable. Elsewhere in the news, notices were sent to DOE employees this week notifying them that they will have to undergo COVID testing. There are 350 employees who are unvaccinated, and in order to comply with the governor's executive order, they will have to now undergo weekly COVID testing in order to work at DOE. And that includes the employees who have received just one dose of the vaccine. The superintendent, John Fernandez, says that they've compiled a list of employees, and that includes those who have refused to take either of the two options, which is to get vaccinated or get regularly tested. The notices that were sent to employees on Tuesday ensured that employees had a clear understanding that COVID-19 testing will be conducted at the school facilities, and it's going to start next week, Monday. Administrators and school nurses at each of the schools will control the schedule to ensure that the school operations are not disrupted. If an employee refuses to consent to the testing, the governor's mandate allows for punitive measures. Meanwhile, there were another 122 positive cases identified in the latest round of testing by Public Health. The positives were out of 1,187 tests performed the day before yesterday. 30 of those cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 17,276 officially reported cases. There are 49 people in the hospital with COVID. The CAR score this morning is at 16.7. Well, more news right after this.
Do you have a pain or loss of function in your hand or upper extremity? Then have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, a board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran with over 25 years in experience in diagnosing and treating upper extremity and hand problems. He'll provide care to you and your loved ones so you and your loved ones can take care of yourselves and others. Call 671-646-HAND for an appointment and visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
It's the second time in a week that the Guam Police Department was called to Marshall Sablan Elementary School. This after gunshots were heard. The school both times were placed in a lockdown. In the latest incident, GPD gave the alls clear yesterday afternoon after conducting an assessment. DOE Superintendent John Fernandez did say that the surrounding area of the elementary school, as well as Ocean View Middle School, are known to be frequented by hunters. Police have not released any new information on an apparent accident on Marine Drive involving one of their police cruisers. It happened on East Agana yesterday. Pictures that were posted on social media showed the vehicle on top of a median near Feathers and Fins. There is no word of any injuries. Highway Patrol is investigating. And by this Sunday, it may take you a few more seconds to dial 3 extra numbers if you're going to make a call. Guam Telecom reminding phone users that beginning Sunday that they will have to start dialing the 671 area code. The 10-digit dialing is required in advance of the implementation of the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, which can be reached by dialing 988 beginning July 16th of next year. Those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Here's the question. I've actually themed today's program based on this. Are you worth 671? The telecom companies, everybody coming out saying, well, what you got to do is you got to go through your contact list and take a look at the name and put the 671 in front of the phone number. That's all you got to do is just do that. And I'm going, dude, I got thousands of names in my contact lists here. And so the question that I'm going to have is I go through each one of the individual contacts that I've got on my list. Are you worth the time?
Or are you just going to delete it?
I'm just going to delete it. What's going to be easier, adding 671 to somebody who's in my contact list because I knew them in 1995, or can I just delete the thing and pare down my contact list like you wouldn't believe?
Because I was in a waiting room recently.
Yeah.
And I had the opportunity to sit there and go through my list.
Oh my God!
I purged a bunch of numbers.
See, that's my point.
Because I figure I'm not working with you anymore. I haven't talked to you in about 5 years.
Right. So. If you want to get caught up, find me on Facebook, hit me up on a messenger, something like that. But otherwise, a direct phone call and taking up the space in the contact. Now my problem is here's a kind of an interesting part of my life is I don't know where my contact list is anymore. I mean, I've got one on the phone. I got a thing on the phone. I can go to it and it says before I dial a number, here are your contacts. But because of the way I think Google works, that might be a working contact might be an actual telephone number or an email address or a fax number. I mean, just something to fill in that field and create that contact information. So I got to figure out a way. I mean, where is it? Somebody out there listening knows exactly the situation that I'm in and might want to help. I say might because we're all busy people. It's like screw you, Ray. I got to get the kids to school.
No little black book, man. What's wrong with you?
You don't need a little black book. It's WhatsApp is the WhatsApp.
It's the backup, dude.
Or in some cases line, because you can completely hide that. Sorry. Anyway, 6:13 in the morning. Here's the list of weather. Mostly cloudy and scattered showers today. We've got some isolated thunderstorms in the forecast as well. Let me see here. East winds 10 to 15 miles an hour as they usually are. Highs around 85 degrees. Oh, pretty picture here. This looks like, was this last night over at, or maybe it's an early morning thing. Sarita, it came with no kind of definition of what's going on.
Our Lady of Litter.
Our Lady of Litter. Can I make a point here? And I might have done this before. I think this is a sunrise picture. But anyway, so this is the Holy Mary Mother of God Park over by Alupang, right? The mother statue. I forget. There's a name for it, and I don't think I've actually read the thing, or if I did, I didn't pay any attention to it. But anyway, so there is a big rock, and then there's a statue on it and a plaque in the front. Over on the side is this light fixture. Now, number one, it doesn't work. I don't think any of the light fixtures in that little park work, period. But there used to be a trash can right next to it, and when I was there on Friday, I was lamenting. Real Joe? There was lamentation because I had trash and I wanted to put it in the trash can, and somebody either
stole the trash can or they moved it to another park. And the problem is that the trash cans that are put here aren't Parks and Rec trash cans. Those are put there by, Freedom Riders?
Yeah, Freedom Grinders.
Freedom Grinders.
Yeah.
And so somebody goes, oh, here's a trash can. We need more trash cans than whatever the other park is. So they move them, and nobody is going here to pick up trash anymore. And so I had to hump my trash out of the place, which isn't a huge problem. But, if there's a trash can, I'm going to use it. The problem is, while I might be a conscientious user and friend of the environment, not everybody is quite that way. I guarantee on the other side of the railing here, just look down there. Bro, there's going to be Butt Light cans and Budweiser cans and King Car and Pampers and all kinds of the stuff on the other side because we're not smart enough to be able to keep a trash can at a public park and empty it on a regular basis. But, hey, how about that? We got that plan for the new hospital just round the corner. As soon as we figure out how we're going to compensate the landowners,
Put
they're
a
all
trash
going.
Can there
Wait,
too.
what? You want to do a what with a what here? All of a sudden, their property is going to be more valuable than the Maga Gaga Parkway up in Teason. Where was I? I'm sorry. Sarita got me started because there's no trash can there. There it is. There's a picture. Beautiful. It looks like a moon set on that side of the island. Very good, Sarita. Partly cloudy skies, isolated showers, thunderstorms, northeast winds up to about 15 miles an hour, and overnight lows are about 76 degrees into the weekend. And they're saying it's not going to be a great weekend because apparently there's something down by Pohnpei that has got the guys over at the Weather Service. And if I didn't put them on the list, let's see if we can get one of the guys over at the National Weather Service later on to talk about this thing stirring up over Pohnpei. Mostly cloudy over the weekend. Scattered showers, isolated thunderstorms. There's northeast winds up to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs today. It should be about 84 degrees. Sunrise at 6:12 about 4 minutes ago. And sunset tonight is going to be at 5:58. At this pace, if it keeps going at this pace by December, we'll have the sunset at like 4 in the afternoon. People will be sleeping at their desks. It's 6:17. That's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
As we get back to business, Docomo Pacific is ready to keep you connected. Introducing Business Bundles Plus. Build a customized bundle with the right internet, mobile, TV, and phone plan for your business. Pay for exactly what you need and nothing you don't. And the more services you add, the more you save. Plus, you can rely on Docomo Pacific's fastest, most reliable network and 24/7 customer support. So build your own bundle and save today. With Business Bundles Plus, call 671-688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots.
6:18 in the morning, and time to sell a Nissan. But it occurs to me while I'm sitting at my desk today, I'm not holding my Nissan Coffee Terrain. It's my Infinity Coffee Terrain.
All right.
Thank you very much. I don't have any Infinity things to tell you about, but we do have some great Nissan rides waiting for you. The J.D. Power most appealing small car is the Versa, and there's a whole bunch of Versas on the lot right now. I know people that actually, I know people that have Versas, and they rave about them because you can do practically anything. I mean, whatever you want to do in your car, you can do. But maybe you want to pack paddle boards around or big picnic tables, things like that. This is a very versatile car. Maybe that's why they call it the Versa. Consumer Guide's Best Buy automatic emergency braking comes standard with a ton of other safety features and more. So grab one for your house with your good credit, 0 down, APR as low as 1.99%. But I got to tell you, you got to hurry because you've heard about supply chains and supply issues around the nation. In fact, in the White House, they're in a panic because the shelves of Depends are empty at all the places where they go buying for the president. Anyway, so we got to go and get yours today. There's limited supplies, limited inventories at NissanGuam.com.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
o'clock in the morning. I had to have a long conversation with the cat last night about cat food, supply chain issues with the cat food. I come home from Payless and my 100 bags, and what is it, a nickel each? I'm rich. But anyway, I come home from Payless last night, and the cat's looking at me. I said, "What?" And the cat instinctively knew there was no cat vittles in the stash. And I said, "That's because there's supply chain issues. You're going to have to eat scraps from the table." And the cat kind of looked at me and said, "But I don't like scraps from the table, and I'm a cat, and you'll have to do whatever it takes to make me happy. Otherwise, there'll be problem, and all of your nice furniture will be ripped to shreds in the house." Cat knew I was lying. I'd actually forgotten. I got to go back to Payless now. 6:21 in the morning. Anyway, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show. Also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. I'm here in the studio. Real Joe on that side. You get the glass when you call at 671. We are worth a 671. I'll tell you right now. It's 671-888-8255. That's 671-888-TALK. It will take me some time to get used to this. At least I'm not giving the old phone number, right? 5757, star 57 if you're on the... Anyway, Montesilva Tyrant over here with big news and headlines and stories talking about China's Guam killer. China's Guam killer. They've got and what is it? A new version of it?
It's supersonic.
Well, they have one that can circle the globe, apparently, according to the Sun.
Okay, so you gotta. So there's two or three different stories going on around that, and now what they're saying is, we got everybody, Virgin Atlantic, Elon Musk, everybody's firing their stuff in the and so they're saying it is a space vehicle that is up there, not a specifically Guam killing device that they've got. But you got that. You got the North Koreans now who have confirmed that they're actually sending ballistic missiles out from the bellies of submarines out there in the sea. And but what are we touting this week? We've got a transgender, the first ever transgender admiral in the Navy. How about that? So
hey, don't ask, Ray.
Don't ask, don't tell. It used to be that was the thing, but I think anymore it's going to be mandatory, and they're mandating that in the military.
So we can promote you.
It's 6:22 in the morning. Anyway, so a bunch of stuff on the table of contents that we'll get around to talking about. But in my mind, the one that is going to have almost a universal impact is going to be the change from just your regular telephone number, your regular 7-digit telephone number that we've all known and loved virtually all of our lives, and now it's going to be a 10-digit number. And for many people, there will not be an impact on this. Mobile callers, according to this fact sheet, I received this morning a fact sheet from the Federal Communications Commission. Mobile callers will be unaffected as mobile calls already require 10-digit dialing. Anybody with a telephone number in certain area codes will need to change from 7-digit local dialing to 10-digit local dialing. And obviously, that's going to be us here on Guam that are affected, because we've got prefixes that begin with 988, and that might cause some confusion for people that are trying to get a hold of somebody to talk them down off of a mental health issue. And if they don't dial or wait a second, how's that going to work? No, they should be able to do it. 988 will get them right through the mental health hotlines. And then, but if you and I want to call, say, the meme machine here, 988-5874. Then if you don't put the 671 on that, then it will go directly to the hotline. It's one of those things where, all right, a decision was made far away. You know what? Maybe. Oh, you know what? Mike Bavacqua should write about this. Mike should write about this and say, our administering power didn't ask us. They told us they were going to be changing our local dialing from 7-digit dialing to 10-digit dialing. Isn't that just the way a colonizer would do it? Was there any interaction? Were there Zoom meetings? Did we go? Did we have town halls like we did with the military buildup?
It's like getting in trouble for speaking Chamorro back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day. The teacher used to tillick my ear if I spoke Chamorro in the classroom. Anyway, 6:24 in the morning. So what was I saying? Something about Real Joe and then Montesilva Tyrant and all the big news and stories and things like that we're going to get started on. Now, I did mention the meme machine, and I'm still. No, it's not up. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. But those of you that have access to my personal WhatsApp, and it's mostly girls. Go if you've got any fun memes or things like that you want to send out. By all means, go ahead and use that. You might be able to get some things to me off of into Facebook, and I'll try to transpose them in real time from Facebook to a WhatsApp that I can put up on the screen. So it's got to be really good. It's got to be quote worth a 671, if you know what I mean. But having said that, I got a thing last week from his tag here is Plain Boy, and Plain Boy said, "Why did you leave the thing?" And he showed me a picture of the meme machine, and it said that I had left the group. And then this morning, I got from Sherry sent me a thing, and she was sending a meme up to that number. And the weird thing is, it came back with a plea for PayPal. Can you send Can you send me a PayPal?
You got hacked, dude. Maybe you won a prize and you have to claim it, right?
But that's is there a sweet Nigerian princess out there for me? Is it possible? Huh? So I honestly don't know what's going on. I'm waiting for a callback from the people over at Docomo. Is that a big enough hint? I'm waiting for a call back from the people at Docomo to help me sort out what happened to 988-5874. Did you hear that, Docomo? 988-5874. And once we get that going, then I can get the meme machine back online. Otherwise, it just got that feeling like I got to go and get another one. I got to go and get another number so that people can get back into the groove of sending me funny pictures and funny videos. I'll give you an example, or things that aren't funny, but raising questions. A minor calamity, Marine Corps Drive in front of Feathers and Fins yesterday, where a police officer I don't know, the police officer had the front end of the car up on the curb. And so, it's like, oh gosh, hope everybody's okay. Isn't that weird? A cop, cops on curbs, something like that. Everybody's got the little thing going around in their head. But as it turns out, just asking some of the questions of the cops, like, hey, what happened there, bro? There's not a whole lot of answers coming out of there.
Yeah, and I don't know. Is it really a big deal? I mean,
have
you ever run on one of those things?
But have I ever? No, no. But I know lots of people who have. But the point is, just hey, bro, what happened? And
you didn't see it.
There's nothing.
You're
there's nobody
making a
coming
left turn,
out.
You didn't see it.
You don't make the left turn over at Feathers and Fins. I mean, you can. But you can, like, right in front of Feathers and Fins. But if you're already past the traffic on, it's probably not a good idea.
You know
to
what
try
it
to pop
was?
it.
It was probably like a stray dog or a cat crossing the street. They were
Homeless person.
They were trying to avoid hitting the.
So, but say that. Say, oh yeah, we were trying to get out of the way of a thing. But after the reign of silence that started with the
makes you wonder
with the red Jeep. Yeah, you just kind of going, okay, well, where's the rest of the story? People deserve to know. At 6:28 in the morning, we'll go through the top 10. You want of the people that are dying for the truth here.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, and that's sweet. I got Rico B as usual at number 1 here this morning, and what's going on with Ismael? Haven't seen Ismael around number 1 in a while. What's going on there? And you know what? Here's the thing, guy. Is I need you more today than yesterday, because there's more missile nonsense that's coming up, and you are my Star Wars gee whiz technology missile guy. So should we be worried about what's going on with this North Korean submarine deal? Because everybody wants to make the joke. Hey, did you hear about the North Korean submarine? It sank. Why? Because somebody forgot to close the screen door. Right? so I know it's dumb, right? So I mean, how far behind are they technology-wise? And is this because I'd read something this morning that said don't make a big deal about it. I mean, the fact that these guys are finally up on 1950s submarine and missile technology shouldn't scare anybody, considering the kind of defensive materials that we've got here on Guam. So I don't know about that. So we'll reach out to his a little bit later on. Jerome McDonald online around number 2. JB St. Nicholas definitely worth the 671 this morning. Pretty Sarita Garin sending some pictures, and apparently that was what things looked like this morning over at the Lupang Moms Park. She'd dropping the kids off, I guess there. And okay, here's your challenge. Go find school. I'm going to hang out over here, take some pictures, Senator Ray Gibson. But anyway, so Rita's online. I see the mom of the program, Pam Duvall, there. Vince Borja, that's soon to be Senator Vince Borja.
Maybe bad.
That's it, bro. All you need. Let's do fundraisers. I'm trying to think. It was either him or J.I. Cruz was the last fundraiser that I went to, and it was it's a weird kind of juxtaposition because it was all in the same week or so before it got to be COVID-19, and before everything locked down. I remember we were all like, I was selling raffle tickets to Father Duane's fundraiser. We were doing our own thing, and getting ready for everything, and we thought it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Okay, we'll do to get rid of these fundraisers, and then that's it. I literally have not seen Vince Borja since that last big deal, and it was one of these little kind of hole in the wall. All the good fundraisers are hole in the wall bars, right?
Oh yeah.
This place over by where the steakhouse used to be, by where Chuck's Steakhouse is.
Oh, okay.
You know where there's a place there. It's a little Korean patisserie. And
that's a Pia Marine building. Maybe?
No, I know what you're thinking of. You're thinking of Corridos 848.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
how could you, Ray?
It's okay. It's all right. Everybody we're all having memories now of Corridos, right? Vince is there. Sandra Rages. Sandra, she's on the list. Sandra, you're on the list here this morning of people that we want to talk to. Do me a favor. You've got my secret WhatsApp. Send me that video that you posted up on Facebook where you've got things sticking to your chest. Now, this is not an excuse for us to look at your chest. There's science. It's science, Joe.
I was gonna ask Dr. Berg about that yesterday, but Jerry derailed the conversation, so I
kept
wasn't
talking
able to
about
ask
science and stuff,
yeah,
right?
I couldn't ask the question. Man.
Shay. We'll get Shay. Joe is literally on the floor laughing. I got Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, online. Hey, have you tried the ghost peppers thing?
No,
you know
man.
why? Because he hasn't sent any over yet.
Oh, that's right.
but I'm just saying, we'll talk about that. Jack Bucas and Rita Kitachai are online here this morning, and that's where we get things. Jay Rojas hanging out and saying, might not be worth a 671, but I know I'm worth an 808. Mahalo. Mahalo. Let me see who else is I got to scroll all the way up here. John Adanich is there.
Here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord?
And I'm getting reports of the Facebook feed freezing, and that's got to be from them, because we're sending out. I'm looking at my technology dashboard here, and I'm sending out a massive amount of data to Facebook and YouTube right now. So if it is freezing, if it is that's you got to make your noise. Docomo! Ray Gibson's Facebook Live is freezing. GTA, Ray Gibson's Facebook Live is freezing. Hi, Tina. You got to find a way to amplify that if you want to. Anyway, John Ananich is there. Pretty Sarita Garin. She says her Facebook is screwing up. Try the YouTube, and I'll go look at that here in just a second. My friend Dean Bates is there. Dennis Larson, the B-Man. Ton Duk, what's up with the show? Because it doesn't smoke my joint yet. Hey. It's our favorite song. It's one of our favorite songs by was it the Toys that came out in the 1980s? I smoked 2 joints, and then I smoked 2 joints, and then I smoked 2 more. Ina Lee saying, good morning, Monterey and the team. Thanks so much for your hard work and updates. We're here for you, honest. Let me see. Living in the Pacific saying, good morning, everyone. Brad Wood, I have a name. Now, Brad has an interesting thing on his feed. Did you see that today?
I think I did.
It says anniversary follower. I mean, not just regular. And Dennis Larson's got a hand waving thing that says follower. Mana first noticed this, and the answer to the question on that is what, Mana? Why is that?
I don't know.
Well, I thought you were going to check.
No, they got new badges. So there's an anniversary follower, and then there's a sharer, and then there's a...
See, Ismael's an anniversary follower as well. I've been busy. I'm up on a line with other people. Calls are all around the time. Vincent Pangolin saying good morning to everybody. He's another anniversary follower.
Is it our anniversary?
I don't think it's, I don't know whose anniversary he's talking about because it was February. We signed the show on in February. Ismael
Or maybe
says,
it's their anniversary.
could be. China launches a supersonic space missile, and Brandon replies with fairies. I got you. Brad Wood, I hope the officer had to submit to a drug test after that curb jumped out in front of him. And that's what we're asking. I mean, there's a procedure for this kind of thing. So what is being followed, what's not being followed? Joel Powell saying good morning. Brian Perez and Judd Idy. Don't worry, Guam, you have the Iron Dome technology on island somewhere. Is that here now? Did we install that?
Yeah, Israelis dropped it off and
Did they?
set it up. Our boys are watching it now.
Like the Navy did with that hospital up by Camp Blas. Mark Voigtland's online saying, morning all. See, now, if you want to know about submarine technology, that's the guy to talk to because he knows where to put the screen doors in the submarines. Ignore me, just checking my badge. And Jay Rojas's badge says top fan +1.
Oh, nice. Top, all right.
No, +1 is the thing. There have been top fans
He's ranked.
before.
Yeah.
There's apparently, or maybe it's top fan
stripe.
and another badge that he's got. And the answer is, I don't know. Facebook does. Apparently, now that we've got all these badges, it's causing things to flutter on the Facebook side. Let me check YouTube because it sounds like a whole lot of people dumped out into Facebook and went over there. Howard Experience, he claims that he's going to be in and out through the course of the morning. Walter Gray is there. Gemma Bustamante, good morning to you and everybody. Typhoon says, good morning. It's looking ugly to the east of us. Looks like a wet weekend and maybe worse. There's nothing worse than a wet weekend. And I know what you're thinking. You want me to actually say the T word, and I'm not going to do it because then I get in trouble for it. Trina Ann is online asking what's up with the Facebook. I don't know. Dave Hurst says GM lost Facebook feed. This is so weird. Must be the satellite. Bertha Cruz online, and Dave saying is the WhatsApp meme machine up and running still. I sent a meme yesterday afternoon. Reply was, please send some PayPal. Funds are low. Yeah, don't send anything to 988-5874. Apparently, there's something even more wrong than I originally thought with that. As I said, Sarita Garin is there. John Ananich is flipped over on this side. Looks like some of the crazy fun conversation might end up being on the YouTube side here today. So if your Facebook continues to give you a hard time, go to WhatsApp and search for The Ray Gibson Show, and something will pop up, and go there, and you should be able to find us. You guys are on Telegram. Will not release. Someone is trying to scam peeps in the name of the point. You know what? That might actually be, something from one of the guys in the sales department. Just trying to monetize. Yeah, what the heck? 6:37 in the. Has anybody seen Heaven? Anyway,
no.
It's 6:37, 6:38 in the morning. Mana Silva Tyron with a quick look at news and headlines. Avamana, what happened?
Well, DOE workers, about 350 of them are getting notices this week that they're going to start testing regularly for COVID in order to meet the requirements of the governor's executive order. The testing will be done at the schools beginning next week, Monday. Those who choose not to get vaccinated or get weekly tested, they could face punitive measures by DOE. They have not said exactly what that's going to entail. 122 new positive cases identified in the JIC report this morning. That's out of 1,187 people who were tested. The CAR score is at 16.7. And the National Weather Service says there could be some yucky weather ahead for the weekend. They're forecasting a disturbance. It's northeast of Pohnpei right now, Invest 98W. It's anticipated to pass near the Marianas this weekend. They say it could bring about 3 to 6 inches of rain across the Marianas as it moves through. Those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I was just thinking about screwing with people that are watching the show, and just every once in a while. They were talking about that.
Ray, if you need money, man, I'll loan you some money, man.
I don't know. Hey, look, did we not start the week with the pronouncement that Mercury is in retrograde?
Yeah,
and
actually, it's back. It's back to normal.
Oh, so everything, then it's all my fault then?
Yeah.
Okay, I
pretty
got you.
much.
All right, 888-8255, sorry, 671-888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number. Do not send things to the meme machine because something will accept it, and then you'll get a thing. In fact, maybe I'm going to see if I can send something over to the meme machine and see what the response is back from whoever it is now that's apparently in charge of our account. In 20 minutes, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show continues. We'll take a look at not the meme machine, but with the traffic gizmo and find out what things are like here on a Thursday morning.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Again, 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
I got you. It's 6:40 in the morning, and folks over at Take Care telling everybody around the island about their incredible health care plans. Global partners, in case you need them. Maybe you're traveling out there somewhere. Maybe you're lucky enough to perpetrate like you're in the green lane and out there doing some kind of traveling, and maybe need that kind of help. They've got people that will do that for you. Our island, your clinic. That's FHBC. Take Care.
Fall in love with your new home this season by shopping Furniture Kathy Style's unbelievable deals. We've brought in new items and restocked on our best sellers to help you get your home ready for the holiday. We offer free design consultation and financing with up to 12 months of zero interest for you to get what you want and what you need for your home today. Follow us on social media, visit our website at FurnitureKathyStyle.com, or call us at 300-9590 for more information. If you're not buying from us, you're paying too much.
All right, Traffic Gizmo, let me see what it's up to, and I can put this up on the screen so that you can see it as well. Amazing technology that works this morning. A little bit of traffic up at Anderson Air Force Base as you're making your way into there around Estumbo Gardens in that area. A little bit of intersection traffic through there. Watch out for the schools. 1 and 3 busy in both directions, but not necessarily on 3 just yet. That's going to change in about a half hour, 45 minutes. Looking at traffic on Marine Corps Drive southbound from there. A little bit of traffic in front of where's that, Micronesia Mall. Yeah. Try not to forget the name of that place. It's one of the bigger landmarks that we've got here on Guam. Watching traffic on some of the other mid-central roads here. Route 16, looking okay until you get to 810 and 16. A little bit of traffic there, and you might see some of that over by Untalan Middle School. It has been getting busy at 10 and 15, that intersection. Real bad over the last couple of days. Not sure why, but if you can, try to get through that as early as possible. Marine Corps Drive into the central portions of the island, just intersection traffic that I'm looking at right now. And as usual, at this time of day, things to get busy because the chief said, get your butt to work early here today. So that's what's going on over at Big Navy and Sumai. Expect maybe a little bit of delays as you're hitting that intersection.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
I'm sorry. I got a giggle. I just got a response. People are suggesting that there's a problem with the Facebook feed that is freezing. And again, once I send it out of the building, and we've got a great feed going out, people on YouTube can attest to that. But once we send it out of the building, there's not much we can do. I did get a note from one of our longtime viewers of the program, and he says it's not just Facebook. Apparently, his X videos is freezing up on him as well.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what? You might want to, Jed, go from there. If X videos. Try maybe X hamster or something along those lines. We'll see if this is universal. Maybe it's the North Koreans. I don't know. Maybe it's the Chinese. Everybody wants to fight with us these days. 6:44 in the morning. What am I supposed to do now?
Subway.
I can they refresh. Either your browser or your sandwiches over at Subway. They've got a bunch of different things now, and they've changed out their bacon supplier, or the bacon supplier has said, you know what, we've got some great new extra crispy bacon that we want to put into Subway. So they got those smash ripped avocado toppings on a new multi-grain wheat, which is the replacement for 9-grain honey oat, and it's good. Artisan Italian white bread. Stop into the nearest Subway and refresh your favorite sub today.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
Getting you back to the talk faster. It's the Ray Gibson Show.
Jess Garcia, former number 2, probably always should have been the number 1 guy over at DPW.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Where's he at now?
Hey, happy birthday.
He is in the
Because I
private.
need my road fixed.
It's in the private sector.
Right in front of my road, there's a little thing that GWA dug out, and they, just cold patched it a long time
I'm
ago.
sure if you call him, he'll still help you out.
Everybody slows down
But
when
he's
they get
over
to
at
my
Black.
house. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I know those guys over there. Probably could help out. 6:46 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Sorry, 671-888-8255 for those of you that need to put the 671 in front of things. Brian's on the line?
Brian Hong, sir,
Brian
NWS.
from the National Weather Service. PDN this morning sent me a blurb that said they're watching the circulation or just some junk around Pohnpei. Good morning, Brian. This is Ray Gibson from The Point. Thanks for spending some time with us. What are you looking at on the satellite feeds?
Yeah, good morning. Right now we have a heavy band of clouds to the east of us, and that's one of our possible circulations. The JTWC, Joint Typhoon Warning Center, has it to the east-southeast of us at about 12:145. But there's also other weak circulations near Chuk and Pohnpei. So right now there's nothing out there. It's starting to spin up and trying to form, but as most tropical storms, it just kind of starts as a big mess and then develops into something. Right now, we're looking at Saturday for it to just pass to the south of us, and Saturday and Sunday to produce heavier than normal rains, 3 to 6 inches. And we're not expecting anything as far as development into a tropical cyclone. We expect some gusty winds as showers come down, with the heaviest rain being probably on Sunday.
All right, now I know some people that have got plans for the weekend are going to need to rent some pala-palas and umbrellas, or move indoors with some of those plans. All right, so I got that working. Now, so I'm looking at the satellite imagery right now, and I can see what you're talking about off to the east. So if it does do any kind of development, are you saying that it's projected to pass to the south of Guam? Because it looks like, from my perspective, it looks like it might already be north of our latitude.
Yeah, it's actually kind of falling apart, but there's the model. We're looking at GFS and European models, and they're kind of taking like all 3 circulations is kind of hodgepodge and kind of turning it into one. And it looks like they're trying to put the general center at about 10 north latitude, which is kind of southeast of us, and then they'll track that system to the west or the west-northwest, and then it looks like once it passes us to the south, it'll start spinning up better, and then by then it may become something worth to be a tropical cyclone.
It seems to me we've been lucky, and certainly the last one was a great example of how lucky we can get around here, where you got something that starts spinning up, and but by the time it gets to us, it's still not strong enough to really do anything more than pull the hat off your head, and then they pass us, go to the northwest of us, and then turn into real serious weather events. And I want to say that we've been very, very lucky recently, because that seems to be the model that we've seen occur.
Yes, sir, that's correct. Yeah, the last two have been close. I think one a few months back just became a tropical storm, very low-end tropical storm, maybe 30 miles per hour, maybe gust 40, and then it went on and did its thing. So yeah, we've been lucky this year.
All right, knock on wood. I'm not one of those guys that say, well, it's been a long time since we've had a big blow around here. We're up for it. I'm like, no. We're good people. We haven't done anything to deserve living like cavemen, and it doesn't look like this is going to be one of those. So folks can just anticipate a whole lot of rain in the area, and the bad news is that we've already had about a good month of rain from the skies here, and the land seems to be inundated with water, saturated as it were. There's not a whole lot of places for that water to go. So watch out for immediate flooding, even with just a little bit of rain, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Brian, always good talking to you guys over at the National Weather Service. I appreciate you keeping an eye on that, and I'll do the same from here.
Okay, it was good talking to you, Ray. Thank you.
All right, Brian. Good talking with you as well. All those people, is it decaf day? There's some people that are doing sober October. Are they doing decaf October over at the National Weather Service?
You guys probably been up all night, man.
Well, more to the point. More to the point, as the sun comes up, maybe just a little bit more. But look, I'm glad that the guys are there doing that, and we're here reporting it as well. Let me get that off the screen here, because I think by now everybody's seen what it is that they're talking about over at the National Weather Service. It's like that scene in Red October, right, where the guy sends a torpedo out there, and then Sean Connery turns the boat towards it, and he goes, and it bounces right off. And they go, what happened? And because the torpedoes didn't have time to arm. And that's the same concept with this. These things, I mean, they're spinning up, but I mean, technically they're right there already. And so as it makes its way into the Marianas, they're still tooling up and arming up. So by the time they get to where we are, there really isn't all that much to it. In 9 minutes, it'll be, 7 o'clock in the morning. All right, it's time to get serious. Oh, it's so sweet. I got a note from Friend. And there's a picture I'll put up on it in a couple of minutes as well. But it was a note that said, good morning, Ray. We're always tuned into your talk show. Thank you for all you do and say, for being funny and serious at the same time. We usually go to Assun Beach Park or Tumon Bay by 5. And anyway, this is the only way I can send pics of our beautiful island moon in the morning. And I've got a picture that I'll get up on the screen from friends that were down at Assun Point here this morning doing their morning constitutional. And I'm glad that you're doing that. I am glad that you're doing that. Virtually every conversation that we've had this week having to do with COVID-19 have to do with the realization that we are not the victims, we're the vectors. Oh, wait. That turns out to be incorrect. It's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Oh, wait. It's not really. It's a pandemic of unhealthy lifestyles and unhealthy habits and being unhealthy. So I'm glad to hear that there are more and more people that are going, yeah, I guess I could take about 45 minutes and walk around that Assun Park a few times. Maybe get inspired by the real Joe Cruz and go and buy just a bike somewhere and go biking. Have you upgraded your bike, by the way?
No, not really, man. I've been kind of broke.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I want more.
So that thing, the thing on WhatsApp where you're asking people for PayPal, it's not working out for you?
No, it's not, man.
Do you have your eye on a bike? Because
I do.
It happens like this, where everybody, this is the progression, right? You go, it's Christmas or kid's birthday or something like that. You go to Hornet, and you go, hey, look, there's a 12-speed bike for $300, and you buy that. And then you start riding around with your friends. And they've got a 12-speed bike that they bought for $3,000.
Yes, sir.
It weighs about the same. It weighs about the same as a full can of beer, right? And it's got alloy this and
too much, Ray.
and it's got pedals that only accept a certain kind of shoe. you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So you start looking around at maybe buying yourself one of those kinds of things.
It's a trap, man.
Yeah. You figure out just how many ramens do I have to eat until I can afford this bike that costs more than my dad's first car. I've been there, done that, and I've gotten to that point where you just go, I think I'm just going to stick to running. There's a real sport form right there. A real turn myself into an athlete that way. But anyway, guys over at the Department of Education, it looks like they're putting the finishing touches on the governor's mandate in the Department of Education and elsewhere in the executive branch to have the employees either fully vaccinated or tested on a weekly basis, and the numbers are in, and according to the Guam Daily Post today, 350 GDOE staffers have been notified of weekly COVID-19 testing. Now, these are not necessarily 350 GDOE employees that are holding out, that are going, "You'll never vax me." I don't know what the actual number is on that. Apparently, there's some people in there that are only halfway vaccinated, or others that haven't really come through with their vaccination status. If we don't know, they're going to assume that you need to be tested on a regular basis. Some employees on the list did not provide a response to GDOE regarding vaccination. They're on the list to test, and we're also inviting those employees who have said that they won't vaccinate or test at all. We're going to go ahead and give them an opportunity to comply.
Wow.
I thought it was a choice. Yeah, you make it. It's your choice to get vaccinated or test every week. That's what it is. It's compliance. It's not like on the other side. It's like we're not. It's a choice. You can make a choice. Get yourself vaccinated or never enjoy being around anybody else indoors again. Which is where guys like me are at. Anyway, so you got that. They're going to try to figure out how to make it as convenient and easy as possible for these folks to get tested. Now, I know that there are people in the Department of Education that will not get vaccinated and will not will not submit to weekly tests either. They think that's just invasive, punitive, and et cetera, so they're just not going to do it. So the question that I have, though, is when are you guys going to start your own school? That would be the thing. I've talked to some people that have figured it out, and they're going, I ought to be able to just get out, retire from the Department of Education, and take my massive chunks of certification and degrees, and maybe just do house calls. So be listening. Listen for the chatter in the wind of some teachers that will say, you want to homeschool your kids? You want to get them out of the potential for either A, not getting an education, not getting a proper education, or the education that they want to put onto your kids, critical race theory, et cetera. So maybe tell you what, I will come to your house and we'll develop a program for homeschooling. And maybe you got a couple of neighbor kids that whose parents might be interested in this as well.
Sounds like Little House on the Prairie, man.
Exactly, going right back to that old little schoolhouse deal, and we'll fly under the radar, and you just pay me on the side. Just give me a PayPal, send me a PayPal, and I'll keep coming to the house and teaching you and your kids and all of that stuff. I'm wondering how many teachers are going to be doing that, because I'm sure that the same thing has happened in a whole bunch of other industries where we've got people that have been forced to make that choice and said, screw it, I'm out. I'm waiting to find out. There's a guy, Joe Rogan. You know the guy, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, conservative, uber conservative podcaster, and I've only ever watched the show a few times, and I've often found it very refreshing, eye-opening, and provocative. But I don't get a chance to watch it all the time because, frankly, when I'm done with my version of talk show, I don't really care about anybody else's. Know what I mean? Unless they work here at the station. So, having said that, he told he is a program supplier to a network. And it's a very large network, and he is on gazillions of radio stations because, number one, he's good, and number two, he's got the network that will help supply his show to everybody else. I mean, that's what they do. That's how we get a variety of programs here on this radio station. So we got this guy, and Cumulus, I think is the name of it, and Cumulus came out and said, tell you what, you work around us, then you're going to have to get vaccinated. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No weekly testing, none of that stuff. You're just going to get vaccinated or you're out. And there are a whole bunch of people who do programs with names that you've never, ever, ever heard of. And they've either been terminated or they've quit. It's different for Joe Rogan, who everybody has heard of. And he basically went back to the guys over at Cumulus and said, yeah, it's gut check time. I'm vaccinated, but if you're going to continue with this mandate on my brother and sister broadcasters, I'm going to have to leave the network. And I have not yet heard whether Cumulus has bent over on that, because if Cumulus doesn't want him, I'm sure there's one or two other little networks out there that would all of a sudden like to become the big network by being able to bring Rogan into the fold. And I'm sure that there's a bunch of little airlines out there that are going, we need pilots. Wait a second, they got a vax mandate over at United? Hey, United pilots, you want to come on over here? We got kind of a mandate thing going, but we'll let you, if you don't want to take the vax, we'll force you into taking the vax. So how much of that is going to be going around where you are going to get literally some supremo talent that is all of a sudden going to be on the loose? Remember what I said at the beginning of this? Phil Flores said, best thing to think about during times like this is be liquid, be flexible. And so if one outfit is inflexible, well, guess what? That means that there are going to be some pros on the loose in those outfits that are going to be up for hiring and headhunting for your firm, if you can be flexible like that. Tell you what, Sandra Regis, certainly among the more flexible of us, she sent us the video, and so you're going to watch that with me in the next hour of the program and find out why she is such a sticky person. It's 7 o'clock. KUSG, I got you 93.3. This is The Point.
I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The FBI just confirming partial human remains and items possibly belonging to Blind Laundrie in a wilderness park near the area where they've been searching for weeks since Laundrie's parents told police he was believed to be heading to a nature reserve when they last saw him over a month ago.
The area where law enforcement officers have returned today is the Myakkahatchee Creek Environmental Park. It's an area where Brian Laundrie's parents said he frequently went on hikes. It is adjacent to the Carlton Reserve.
Fox's Phil Keating, Laundrie's a person of interest in the death of his fiancée, Gabby Petito, found dead in Wyoming after Laundrie came back from their cross-country trip alone. President Biden telling reporters today he thinks they'll get a deal as Democrats try to agree on a social spending package. This as one key Democrat denies reports of a possible party switch.
A report in Mother Jones indicated West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin was considering leaving his party to become an independent if agreement was not reached on a slimmed-down social spending plan. Walking into a Senate vote, Manchin told reporters,
I have no controls of rumors, guys. Is that true? I have no controls of rumors at all.
Moments later, the West Virginia Democrat was more precise, using an expletive to say the story is not true. Manchin has opposed elements of the social spending package, including some climate provisions and top-line spending figures. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Meantime, the Senate Majority Leader says the push for election reform isn't over after failing to break a GOP filibuster on that today. The gunman who killed 17 people at a Florida high school pleads guilty and apologizes to victims' families.
And I love you. And I know you don't believe me, but I have to live with this every day.
Nicholas Cruz will face life in prison or the death penalty for the 2018 attack in Parkland. America is listening to Fox News.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tinactac Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Expanded vaccine mandate drawing immediate protest in New York.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio says all city workers must be vaccinated against COVID-19 or be put on unpaid leave. That includes municipal workers, firefighters, and police officers.
460 law enforcement officers have been lost
to COVID nationwide.
City employees will no longer be able to submit to regular testing as an alternative to getting the shot. And workers who get their first dose by October 29th will get a $500 bonus in their paychecks. The move got pushback from the Police Benevolent Association, a major police union that said they would fight the mandate in court. In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
The firefighters union chief says any impact on public safety will be the city's fault. Tesla just reporting its biggest quarterly net earnings ever, over $1.6 billion. That's 5 times larger than the third quarter a year ago, fueled by record electric vehicle sales last summer amid a shortage of computer chips and other materials that hit other automakers harder. A mixed day on Wall Street, the Dow gaining 152 points, with the NASDAQ finishing lower. The influence of the Marvel Universe is spreading far beyond theaters.
Superhero films, it turns out, aren't just entertaining, they're also inspiring for some parents when it comes to picking baby names. Take Quill, for instance, as in Peter James Quill or Star-Lord in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. The first, released in 2014. Since then, Quill has risen in popularity from 5 baby boys in 2014 to 42 last year, plus 5 girl Quills. The Social Security Administration says there were 140 new Lokis born in 2020. Even supervillain Thanos has gotten a boost from 0 before 2004 to 18 in 2019.
Fox's Lillian Wu. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
There's a steak with your name on it at the new Longhorn Steakhouse. Flo's Filet is an exceptionally tender center cut. The New York Strip is a steakhouse classic, and Longhorn's famous outlaw ribeye is well marbled and fire grilled. Longhorn is ready and waiting to pour you a margarita and make you a steak. Longhorn Steakhouse is open daily from 11 to 10 p.m.
As we get back to business, Docomo Pacific is ready to keep you connected. Introducing Business Bundles Plus. Build a customized bundle with the right internet, mobile, TV, and phone plan for your business. Pay for exactly what you need and nothing you don't. And the more services you add, the more you save. Plus, you can rely on Docomo Pacific's fastest, most reliable network and 24/7 customer support. So build your own bundle and save today with Business Bundles Plus. Call 671-688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Off a day at 7:06, I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. The senators will be in session tomorrow with some bills on their agenda that would support health care, education for students, renovate the historic former Francisco Q. Sanchez Elementary School in Umatec, legalize firearm suppressors on island, and other bills. As reported in the Pacific Daily News today, one of the bills up for discussion is the Barada Act by Senator Tina Muñoz-Barnes that would fund health care education for students and hopefully encourage them to come back and practice on Guam after graduation from college. Another bill by Senator Joe San Augustine will plug money into the renovations at the old F.Q. Sanchez Elementary School. And that building in Umatec is being eyed for possibly a senior citizen center as well as a village museum. The measure would give $3.5 million for the renovations. About 5 other bills so far are on the agenda. Session tomorrow is scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning. Notices have been sent to about 350 employees of the Department of Education, notifying them that they will have to undergo COVID testing starting next week, Monday. This is in order to comply with the governor's executive order that she signed a couple of months ago that requires them to either get vaccinated fully or undergo weekly COVID testing. Those employees that receive just 1 dose of the vaccines will also have to be tested weekly. DOE Superintendent John Fernandez says that they have compiled a list of employees that includes those who have refused to get vaccinated or undergo the testing. The notices were sent to employees on Tuesday. And beginning next week, Monday, the testing will be authorized at the school facilities. Administrators and school nurses at each of the schools will control the schedule to ensure that school operations are not disrupted. Now, according to the Post, if an employee refuses to consent to the testing, the governor's mandate allows for punitive measures. We'll have more news right after this.
There's so much that's new with the Eat Fresh, Refresh at Subway restaurants that we can't possibly fit it all into one radio spot, but I'm gonna try. There are amazing new toppings like hickory smoked bacon, bacon and smashed avocado. Try your favorite sub on the new breads like the hearty multigrain wheat or the artisan Italian white bread. Not to mention Subway's thicker, juicier steak. That's all I have time for. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Only at Subway.
The car score this morning is at 17.7. This, even though there's 122 new positive cases that have been identified in the latest round of testing. That's out of 1,187 who were tested on October 19th. Of those, 30 cases were identified through contact tracing. The JIC report this morning says that there have been a total of 17,276 officially reported cases. 49 people remain in the hospital. They say that 3 of those hospital admissions are of children. And the JIC report also, or the Joint Information Center, has also put out a notice that you can expect some yucky weather this weekend. The National Weather Service is keeping an eye on a disturbance that's northeast of Pohnpei. It's Invest Area 98W. It is anticipated to pass near the Marianas this weekend. They say it could bring another wet weekend and expect heavy rainfall, about 3 to 6 inches across the Marianas Saturday all the way through Monday. Those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with more weather.
Better keep those squad cars away from curbs. Just saying. Too soon? Too early? All right. Mostly cloudy, scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms in today's forecast. Winds east 10 to 15 miles an hour. Daytime highs should be 85 degrees. Partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunderstorms this evening with northeast winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. And overnight lows of about 76 degrees. Now remember before the news, I said you got to be flexible. You got to be flexible. So last night, there were people that went out looking for the sunset. You know who you are. And instead we're greeted by cloudy skies and lightning. Well, here's what you do. Instead of taking snapshots of the sunset, what you want to do is run video with your phone of the lightning. And then snippet those out. Because I tell you what, there are times, and put it into slow motion, and you take some of these lightning strikes and the colors and the bright parts and all of the other stuff that contributes to the part where you go, ooh, when you see the lightning. Imagine what that's going to look like in the screens. So maybe that's your workaround today, is go and get some lightning strike pictures when it gets to be sunset, which will be about 5:58 this evening. 7:11 in the morning. That's news and weather and ideas about flexibility together here in Des Moines.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
If you're a veteran and have upper extremity and hand problems that's interfering with daily function, have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran experienced in combat and civilian traumatic injuries, treat your injuries and hand impairments to improve the use of your hands in your activities of daily living. Call 671-646-HAND or visit its website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
Roger that. Just taking a look at the numbers here on what's going on with West Texas crude, UGG, and Tappas. West Texas still cheaper than Tappas. Tappas actually down a little bit from where it was yesterday, but Tappas now moving up. It's actually up a little bit more than is it $1 some from where it was yesterday? And you're going, that's okay, Rick, because we don't use West Texas crude. Yeah, but the prices on some things that we've got around here, including electricity, use West Texas as a base, and it has been progressively going up. Today it is $84.25. That's better than $1.25 from where it was just yesterday. This is West Texas Cruise, and like I said, it's what is it, 7 or 10 day average rate is the number that they use when the Power Authority goes out and buys oil to run the gizmos that we've got around here. Cannot get to solar fast enough. stuff, according to Cy and those guys. 7:13 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by KFC. Why KFC? Why not? They got great breakfast. You got to try the Colonel's chicken fried rice over there. It is so good. They got a bunch of other things. Colonel's chicken congee, but it's going to get to be lunchtime or dinner time, and you've got to try the great new taste sensation. And the great news here is it's not like you got to go like hurry up and get it. It was I think going to be out for a limited time only, and the guys over at KFC changed their mind. I said, no, we're going to keep this forever. It is the new KFC chicken sandwich, back for good. Quarter pound, all white meat, double breaded, extra crispy chicken breast filet, fresh, toasted, locally made buns. I paused there to let you fill in with your own smart aleck comments there. We've got the thicker pickles, crinkle cut pickles, the perfect amount of the Colonel's real mayo or spicy sauce. Every sandwich is made when you order it, so it's hot and fresh every single time. Sandwich is $5.25 by itself, comboed up for $8.75 at KFC.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-825-5.
So I sent myself a picture on the meme machine. Or I sent a picture to the meme machine, and I got a note back from whoever is running the thing now that says, "Oh, that's awesome." And my response was, "Yeah, it's awesome. You've been reported." So I don't know what's going to happen with this, guys. Apparently, even radio stations like ours aren't immune to being compromised, and so somebody dug into a WhatsApp account that was attached to a 988-5874, and I am no longer in positive control of that number. And if you are sending memes to it and you get a response from somebody that wants money, it ain't me. I am not the Nigerian princess at the other end of the WhatsApp. I will figure out a workaround. We've got an account on, what's the other one? Signal. There is a Signal that might be attached to that number. But the problem is Signal is not something I can put on a Chrome browser that I'm aware of just yet. If I can, I'll see if I can go in that direction. Most of you are already on Signal anyway, so that might work. 7:15 now. Sandra Regis has got access to my personal WhatsApp account, and she was able to send me something that I referred to as the Sticky Sandra video, because it's her, and we may need to get her on the line at some point. She's waiting on the call eventually, but how she got to this. Now, there's a couple of videos floating around. One from a girl named Michelle that I had seen. Now when I first saw this, my BS meter was going off. Because it's like, oh, you can do that. You got to do is lay down and make it look like you've got a background behind you that's vertical. That's all you got to do. You can fake this kind of thing, right? And then Sandra sends virtually the same thing. I know Sandra. I trust Sandra. I voted for her in the last election. I intend to vote for her in this upcoming election. And so she sends the thing out, and I'm pretty sure she didn't curse on this. So, Real Joe, I think we might be able to play the thing and listen to her narrative as she is playing now this magnetism game that frankly a lot of other girls are playing these days.
It's a magnet.
Did you see that? Go click, and it's not like she's leaning back to make it stay.
But would this work for a man too, or is it only for women? Because I haven't seen any women.
I don't know. Now this is not one of those things where if you get vaccinated, then it's gonna turn you into a magnet. Sandra's not vaccinated, so I'm not.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah. So I'm not entirely sure what the heck is going on around here. Why is it all of a sudden? Now there's this thing about you have to ground yourself. Now I know a thing or two about electricity. I can ground myself by touching something metal that I know is connected to ground around here. But what they're saying is you got to stand around or sit around with your toes curled and dug into that's what I said. So I'm still not sure where this is going to go, but I mean, like you can see.
She's not vaccinated. I was assuming that she was vaccinated.
Right.
It's a magnet.
It's a magnet. And you can hear it actually get
Slapping.
attracted and smack to her body. What's going on, Sandra? Can you park? Is there special parking for you now? Is that can we do that?
She's a Wolverine.
Yeah, right. What is that? This is a Boy Scout thing, I think. I'm not entirely sure. Check it out. There it is one more time. Magnet, and it gets smacked right to her body. Crazy things going on these days, my friends, and I'm not sure where this is all supposed to end out. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. You got some of those interesting memes. By all means, go ahead and send them up. 7:18. We'll take a look at what happened on the market. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point, right around the corner. Was it a good day on the market? Well, it's kind of mixed. S&P 500 in the green, but only by 15 points. 4,335 is where the S&P 500 closed at. NASDAQ off by about 15 points. They're at 15,114. Dow Jones Industrial Average 35,615. They picked up 158 points. So biggest winner by far between all of the markets. The FTSE is green. The Nikkei is green. Hang Seng Index up by 348 points. The VIX down, Shanghai down by 6 points, and the DAX is up by 7 points. Big winners on the Dow here this morning include it's low. Real Joe, Bitcoin number. While we're waiting,
it is 65,883, but it hit 66 this morning at 6 a.m.
Where was it yesterday?
64.
64.
Yeah.
So you said it was around 66
this morning. Yeah.
Crazy.
Above 66.
Yeah. There's something I saw on Twitter this morning, and it's a picture of a girl early in the Bitcoin process that told all of her friends when they visit her apartment, they have to sit on the floor, and they said, well, buy a couch. And she said, I don't want to buy a couch. I'm going to buy Bitcoin instead. That feels like a better investment. And so she took all of the money that she would have used to buy furniture at her apartment and stuck it in Bitcoin, and now she'd probably buy the radio station.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Kind of cute, too. So let's hear it for all the early adopters on Facebook. At which point do you say, okay, I'm in for the long ride here, $64,000, $65,000, $67,000 worth of Bitcoin here this morning. At which point do you say, this is I'm so dizzy now. I'm dizzy. I'm scared. I'm going to get out at 65. I'm going to get out at 65. Somebody buy at 65. I'm going to get out at 65 and just cash out. And everybody's going to get scared of doing that, because what if you get out at 65 but the thing goes to 75? What if it goes over $100,000 for a Bitcoin? At which point, I suppose, the government takes all of that from you. It's 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Some of the other numbers that we look at include the commodities. As I said, West Texas crude, $84.25. That number is up from where it was yesterday, $82. And some 60 cents or so. Tapas yesterday hit the high water mark for the year at $87.63, down to $86 today. And I suppose that's going to be good news. None of the gas companies bothered picking up the rates from yesterday. The gas prices still look the same today as they did yesterday. So I'm going to hold out hope that that's going to be the case for them over the long run. And maybe we'll be able to, enjoy life for a little bit longer with gasoline under $5 a barrel. 888-255-888-TALK is the telephone number. A bunch of items on the table of contents that have something to do with the business world, and among them is something that we spoke about yesterday, and that is Air Seoul wanting to come back to Guam. If you give me half a second, I'll be able to pull that story out here. I thought it was kind of interesting that there are, all of a sudden, there seems to be, and I don't know, it's timed now with a conversation they had over at GVB the other day. They got a new Korean business guy. And they're going, he comes in and says, well, the airlines are making a commitment to seats on Guam. And everybody said, okay, well, that's interesting. About 432,000 seats in FY 2022, which we're already in. And the question was, well, it's one thing if the airlines make the commitment, but it's another thing if they actually start flying the planes and bringing them to Guam. Air Seoul, and the story says, South Korean low-cost carriers are preparing for a spike in international travel amid growing signs of travel confidence. Air Seoul, one of two budget airlines owned by Asiana, announced it would resume flights between Incheon and Guam after suspending them for 660 days. Flying twice a week starting late December, the airline said it marks the first air travel route to be resumed for tourists since the COVID-19 pandemic. The last flight to the U.S. Island Territory by the airline was February 29th of last year. February 29th of last year. You remember where you were? Well, you know what?
I was right here, Ray.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we were here that morning, but it's also possible I was over at the Academy of Our Lady of Guam picking up my daughter from her freshman year. at the Academy of Our
When
Lady
school
of
was
Guam.
school.
Yeah, when school was cool, when there was a school, and you know, she gets out of class, gets out to where the car line was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's all right. Daddy always got there about 2:45, and don't worry, I get the radio, I can listen to the radio, I got my phone, so I can surf the net. But oftentimes I'd park right around the Plaza de España. Because around the Plaza de España, there were Korean hot pants there.
Yeah.
Yes. It was, February 29th, I'm pretty sure I was there when that happened, when the last of the Korean hot pants flew in. So these guys, Air Seoul, says, we're coming in. I got some other documentation on the web here this morning. Air Busan is going to continue, return to Guam. They're going to start doing some Seoul and Guam airplane rides before too much longer. And there's Daegu. Do you know what Daegu is?
No.
Sounds like Daegu, doesn't it? It doesn't sound like something you can eat at the place, right? But Daegu has pronounced that they are going to be doing a Daegu Guam route here before too much longer. So maybe we got the right guy banging a drum in South Korea for tourism. The airlines want to come out there, and apparently there's some built-up revenge travel. So some of the bleaker reports and bleaker estimates of travel and tourism in 2022 might have been exactly that, just bleak reports. And maybe we'll start to see some other news. Jerry Roberts in the studio. You can hear him making his noise here. $86.95 for Tapas crude. The big news is that West Texas crude is now at $84.25, up $1.60 or so, $1.30 or so from where they were yesterday. Are you paying any attention?
I am.
All right, very good.
The act gets adjusted upward again.
I don't know. Sometimes when it goes down in a big hurry, and this has happened before, Cy will happily say so, when there are big downward adjustments, they'll go ahead and take a look at the LEAC, and even in midstream say, okay, we can back up on this and help the consumers save money. So obviously the same is true if all of a sudden there is a major spike in the velocity of the rate change for West Texas crude. Is it possible that they will in midstream go, yeah, we had a pretty good plan here, and we were hedging up with this and hedging with that, and we were going to get $15 million from Luli and Guerrero, but an increase, the kind that we've seen recently, might be wiping all of that out.
All depends on when they're going to buy, when they have to buy the oil.
Mm-hmm.
And because they're not buying oil every day.
Well, they bought oil in any time in the last 10 days. They've seen a relative spike in the price.
Yeah, but then tomorrow it can start working downward the same way. So you never know.
7:25 in the morning. Well, in this case, I'm a little bit more confident in my capabilities of making predictions on the price of things because Joe Biden is the president of the United States of America, and near as I can tell, has either blundered his way through this. There's an interesting article that somebody...
Or he has intention.
Or it is the intentions of doing so. There's somebody sent me a deal here this morning that was basically saying a lot of people think he's fumbling, but he ain't fumbling. He's moving. He is doing everything that he can to make it look like, what do they call that? Drunk kung fu, right?
Drunken monkey?
He's drunken monkey. Like he's out there and he's doing stuff. Oh, darn the economy. Oh, darn Afghanistan. Oh, darn the COVID-19, and just trying to weaken the foundation of this country and make it that much easier to get us absorbed as a one world, one power planet, and run by the guys over at the United Nations. Conspiracy theory or spoiler alert? We'll see. It's 7:26 in the morning. Jerry Roberts is in with the extra point.
Yes, I am.
Now, Mana said that yesterday she wanted to ask Dr. Nate Berg a question about women being able to stick magnets to themselves, but wasn't able to do that because you wanted to talk about science.
Oh,
But have you?
I'm so sorry.
Have you seen the video?
I've seen the video of that.
Yeah.
But it's only women, right? Only women can do this?
Someone is asking the same question. Yeah, so apparently so. Are there any men out there who can have magnets stick to their body? And so have one of the kids, get around the kids.
What, do we have any magnets around here? Do we?
Ray took them all home.
They're in the speakers. The only magnets that I've heard.
It's only Ray's personality.
Thank you so much. But if you got some refrigerator magnets or whatever, then see if you can have somebody film you doing the thing with the magnet to your chest. Now Jerry Roberts is in the studio with today's Extra Point.
Did you say that there's more air carriers coming here?
We were talking about Air Asia and Daegu, and let me see here. Air Busan is going to be coming out here. Korean Airlines is already.
It's a good thing we can save some money. I intended to take that flight to South Korea. I wanted to do some soul searching. It's like,
bump. Put it in.
You're not
yeah,
ready.
Man. I'm sorry. I didn't get that one, man. It was just out of my... There you go, Ray.
Thank you very much.
The Extra Point is
Sorry
brought to you
about
by
that, Jerry.
Guahan Insurance Services and our friends over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes. Jerry?
More today on the topic of bad bosses. How can you make the best? I won't apologize for it. How can you make the best of an often touchy situation? Well, we'll talk about that next on the Extra Point.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
An easily overlooked part of covering our home is what's inside of it. Over time, we buy things we don't want to lose, but don't update our contents coverage. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Yesterday, we pinpointed one of the major reasons that bad bosses are bad bosses is that they haven't been trained to be any better. It's a key part of the problem. We discussed that in the absence of training, most supervisors look to their boss for an example of the kind of managers they should be. Sometimes that could be a good thing or it could be disastrous. We also gave examples of how having a bad boss can force workers to improve on their own. They'll also have a clear picture of the manager they won't want to be like if they ever move into the supervisory ranks. So while working for a bad boss has its downside, there also is a potential upside if you look at things right. Today, let's begin with a question. Why is it important to support your boss even when you don't like them? Let's be honest. If we don't like our manager, the last thing on our mind is worrying about how we should be supportive, right? So let's think about it. First, if the relationship is sour, I don't want to be seen as a cause for that. I was hired to do a job to the best of my ability. And even though this individual is making that harder and less enjoyable, I'll deliver the results that are expected of me. Second, not doing my job isn't going to do anything good for me or my team. That's just reality. Last, if by some quirk of fate I someday become the boss of this particular team, there will likely be people who would remember how I handled myself with the previous manager. How could I expect their allegiance when I didn't give it myself? Next, what should my attitude be in how I deal with my bad boss? In this example, I'll assume there is no harassment or abuse involved. If there is, you need to contact your HR manager. Do you have concerns in this area? Know the boundaries all employees must observe. There can be no inappropriate contact or suggestive language, no abusive behavior. There should be no intrusion into the worker's personal life. Now, 5 points to consider. Number 1, don't take things personally. Stay focused. The tendency for a lot of people is to think of every negative word or action as being a direct attack. It's rarely the case. Many managers come up short as much by accident as they do on purpose. Number 2, don't let someone's negative personality change who you are. If you're friendly and outgoing, be friendly and outgoing with your boss. They may never match you, but I don't think they're going to tell you to stop. Number 3, understand the boss's goals and what he or she is asked to deliver. What pressures are they under? 4, and this is really the most important thing, I need to hold up my end of the bargain. My job is to support my manager and their goals. I'll jump off script for a second. most times, if you simply do your job and get done all the things that you've agreed to do as an issue of your being hired there, they're going to leave you alone. They probably have other things to think about, and if you're doing your work and doing it satisfactorily, they'll probably never bother you. Okay, now helping them accomplish their objective will almost certainly be better for our relationship than falling short of it. I've personally witnessed managers who changed their attitude toward workers once they were sure the individual was someone they could count on. Item number 5, am I communicating effectively about what I need to do my work? Before I want to blame somebody else for whatever is going wrong with my life, I want to do a little checkup on myself. Am I seeing things clearly? Could I be a part of the problem? If you're thinking of leaving your job for another one because of this boss, is it worth having a talk with this person to see if the situation can be salvaged? Sometimes the person you think is a bad boss is just oblivious to all the things going on. They're just focused on other things and not thinking about you very much, and they just don't know how you're thinking. If you've tried everything and things are still going in the wrong direction, you could request a transfer to another position working with another manager. That's if your company is large enough to have different departments. When all else fails, it might be time to look for another job. Most times, dealing with a bad or difficult boss doesn't lead to resigning a position. The parties learn to tolerate each other, and things work out. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
They appreciate that. 7:34 in the morning, Jerry Roberts. Interesting stories abound here, including the stories about different airliners that are going to be coming in from South Korea. Of course, ballistic missiles that might be coming in on North Korean subs, which is the other one. An interesting story that I got with an interesting analysis and a take. It says, let's be honest. If North Korea didn't have nuclear weapons and missiles to carry them to targets as far away as the U.S. homeland, you would not be reading this article. In fact, the national security establishment would most likely consider North Korea, a nation that can no longer feed itself with a GDP smaller than Rhode Island's, to be a joke. And yet the so-called Democratic People's Republic of Korea keeps cranking out ever more advanced weapons platforms that drive headlines and clicks the world over. Their most recent test, a submarine-launched ballistic missile, seems, at least on the surface, to be pretty threatening. Yet a more sober analysis suggests that such a weapon, at least by itself, is no major threat to anyone and for this foreseeable future. It says, consider the fact that we don't even know if the weapon was fired from an actual submarine. North Korea is a master of concealing its true military capabilities, showing experts only what they want them to see. And clearly, there's a big difference between what they did in testing an actual working missile from a deployed submarine at sea in wartime conditions. Most likely, it says, North Korea tested its new missile from a barge. As it has done in years past. Not exactly impressive, to be honest, considering how many years this has been in the works. And makes a few other points. It will take North Korea years, if not decades, to deploy anything like 1970s built Ohio-class ballistic submarines that the U.S. Navy likes to use to deter Russia and China. Keep in mind that those subs can fire over a dozen nuclear missiles at targets over the world. North Koreans can fire perhaps a single missile a little over 1,000 miles away and should be able to be spotted rather quickly. So that's the good news in all of that. 7:36. Monticello Tire, and you about ready with a look at big news and headlines here this morning. All right, being brought to you by Ken and Karen over at Top End Pest Control for all of your varmint killing needs. They are ready to go to work for you today, rain or shine. No, that's not their motto. I'm just going to say it is because I like to challenge Ken here. Rain or shine, we'll go get those varmints. 487-5657 is their telephone number. Ghost Pepper Chicken Nuggets are now available for a limited time over at BK. Rudy Rodolfo is asking me to send people over to his place tomorrow. Chicken Fries Friday. I love BK Chicken Fries. So try it out today for a limited time only over at BK. 7:36 in the news. Also being brought to you by Auntie Lolita Camet. Find her for all of your real estate needs. And she's got all kinds of exciting things coming up down the road and maybe to help you out becoming the next real estate mogul. 688-6743. 671-688-6743. Now with the news, here's Monticello Tyrant.
Well, there's at least half a dozen bills on the session agenda so far. More could be added, though. Senators will head into session tomorrow. Of the bills that will be up for discussion, one that would renovate the historic former FQ Sanchez Elementary School in Maritzo, another legalizes firearm suppressors on island, and one that would support health care education for students. Session starts at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, notices have been sent to about 350 employees at the Department of Education that they're going to have to undergo COVID testing every week. It starts next week, Monday. This is for employees who are not fully vaccinated and is in order with the governor's executive order that requires that all GovGuam employees be either vaccinated or undergo weekly testing. And there are another 122 positive cases identified in the latest round of testing. The CAR score this morning is at 16.7, and it's the second time in the last week that GPD was called to Marshall Sablan Elementary School in Agate. This after gunshots were heard. The Department of Education says it's in an area that is frequented by hunters. GPD did give the all's clear yesterday afternoon. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
What time are the hunters going out today? So we can, I'm just.
I didn't know that.
The guys, here's this will be the way it works. Every
I don't
once
know
in a
if you're
while.
allowed to go hunting by a school.
Well,
that's my thought.
Well, who built the school near the hunting grounds? Those ancient Chamorro hunting grounds
gotta move it.
from back in the day.
Move the
What's
school.
going on here? This is what you want to do, and there are going to be some of you that will disagree with me and say that's just knock down, drag out, foolish, Gibson. But honestly, how do you know? Because I guarantee we haven't tried it. So the next time we start hearing gunshots coming from the boondocks around, Marshall Sablan, you said?
Yeah, Marshall Sablan, apparently Ocean View.
You give the kids some guns and have them shoot back. Right?
There you go.
All right, the hunters will realize that they are outnumbered and move along. It'll be like the deer shooting back. It's like the pig shooting back, for heaven's sakes. And here's this might also be, and I'll get serious here for just a second, is that there is a major feral pig problem on this island. We talk about it every once in a while. It'll come up. When somebody, there's, oh my God, there's pigs too close to the bus stop or whatever, or when we're doing the thing with the pig in the park deal for the Department of Agriculture. But we got a big problem. There's a place now, a buddy of mine's place in Assen. And on the way to his house, I mean, it's right there, right off the street, and there's an old mango tree on the side, and living around the old mango tree are an entire family of pigs. And the mango tree is next to the road, and it's next to 3 or 4 houses and an apartment complex. These pigs are not afraid of anything. They're used to living in the village alongside human beings with absolutely no problem. So yeah, the pigs are getting closer to where humanity is, i.e., schools, apartment buildings, and houses. So that's the hunters don't have to go very far away from civilization in order to get them.
Set the trap.
You don't have to set a trap for a pig. This is there. This is there.
But you can't
Smart.
shoot them. But there's a mama and babies that walk our street, and there's a bus stop that's right down this around the corner.
So the hunters, like I said, don't need to go too far away from civilization.
And this mama is not scared whatsoever, because I'll pull right up to her and have my brights on, and she won't move. She'll just kind of glance over and
Sup? Just kind of looking at you.
Keep sniffing away.
There's when I run at Radio Barrigada, same thing. Every once in a while, I'll make a noise as I'm going down some of these more abandoned streets there in Radio Barrigada. Just go, oh, oh. And just make this noise because that will sometimes scare off the pigs.
Or not.
And so when you can, it's
call them.
When you come up on a pig and it doesn't move, that means that you move because the pig goes, I don't know about you, but
there's no trees that you could run up.
There's no.
No.
You're in my head. I swear to God, you're in my head. I wonder about that. Yeah. If I ran up the skinny tanga tree on the side of would that support me?
Maybe one of the antennas.
They're gone. All of the good antennas are gone from there. Anyway, 7:41 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show. There's news and headlines with Montesilva Tyrant. We'll take a look at what's happening in the not the weather, but in traffic, etc. after these.
Start your day with Burger King's new Breakfast Bacon King. Wow, crispy bacon and sausage, eggs and American cheese with a buttery maple spread on a warm brioche bun. Top this off with our crispy hash browns and a hot brewed cafe. Treat yourself like the king you are. Enjoy the new Breakfast Bacon King. Served every day during breakfast hours, 6:30 to 10:30. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK Tumon Bay, Agutnia, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way. Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
7:42 in the morning. Hi, Ray Gibson Show. And later on, I'm going to want something hot to drink because, you know, it's cold, rainy morning, right? 11's is right behind us, 10 steps away from my back door. And maybe it's a little bit further away from you, but trust me, whatever it is that it takes to get there is going to be worth it because of the great drinks that they've got there, hot and cold drinks, known better for their pastries. And I know them better for their sandwiches. You got to try. They've got a tuna sandwich there with the most oat-filled bread I've ever had in my life. All of the flavors that they put into the tuna sandwich, which is great, gives it a whole lot more than just the tuna flavor, but it doesn't ignore the fact that, hey, it's tuna. We're eating it because it's tuna and it's good for you. And then they put a slab of cheese on the thing, which I'd never, ever had before, and I really liked it. And they want to say thank you very much for everybody that voted for them in the Pika's Best Of. And while I'm saying that, let me say thank you very much for everybody that voted for The Point, or really any of the choice broadcasting stations, Star 101 and The Boss. I really, really appreciate it. Thrilled that all three of the stations that I'm responsible for on a daily basis showed up as nominees in Pika's Best Of, and so I'm pleased. Also, a little bit pleased to look at the other radio stations that that also made it in the Power 98 and Hit Radio 100. I've been associated with those signals in the past. I'm happy that maybe a little bit of my legacy lives on there. 7:44 in the morning. Thanks very much for the vote. Appreciate it. Up on screen right now. This is Jim's TV. And Jim's house, where he's watching on the Facebook Live here. No, I'm sorry, he's not watching. He was watching on Facebook Live, but is now gone to YouTube. And it's possible that Jim may forever be a YouTube guy. And I don't know that I've ever made much of a big deal about it. But if you're watching on YouTube and going, wow, there is kind of a difference. They use a different kind of encoding than Facebook does. And it's a much higher definition video, and I want to say the audio is better on YouTube. I mean, it's just one of the things that they started live broadcasting before anybody else did, so they're really, really good at it. YouTube, it's like, yeah, we're live on YouTube, and it's fun, but it's not as audio and video file as you're going to find on YouTube. So it might be some of you that because of the freezing on YouTube will have discovered it, but maybe now you're going to stay there. At 7:45, more on the way.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com.
Typhoon says he'd rather live with the pigs in the neighborhood than the dogs in the neighborhood, than many of the dogs in the neighborhood. And I gotta agree. You know what? I'm a dog lover. I don't own dog, right? One ran away, and then there's one now that lives at he spends time between the Cepeda's house and my house, and I'm not sure where, but at somebody else's house, the dog is getting Zoris and tennis shoes and all kinds of stuff out of the trash and brings it over to my house.
Oh, gifts.
Yeah. But the crazy thing is, a couple of weeks ago, he brought over literally a pair of tennis shoes. They match. There's a pair of tennis shoes that were brought to my house, and if you're near me and you're missing some tennis shoes, you can blame the little white dog. All right, Marine Corps Drive traffic, Pow into Wysang running very, very busy. Stop and go here this morning. We're also going to see a lot of traffic out there in Machete, as you know the areas there, and you know where busy's up over by Las Palmas, all the way out to the KFC. 1 and 3 running busy through there, but it looks like traffic once you get on the Marine Corps Drive is likewise otherwise running slow until you get to the mall. Once you pass that, should be clear sailing and smooth running into the central parts of Tumulong, except for the intersections. Those look like they're very busy here today. Route 8 is going to be ugly. Why? Because somebody decided that we need more traffic lights on Route 8. There's just too much going on there. And the one place where they need some kind of traffic control, there isn't. Mana, you want to chime in on this? I'm triggering Mana here. Harvest. There it is. Okay, this is Route 8, guys. So you got traffic at 8, 10, and 16, busy. Traffic busy's up over at the Chinese restaurant because that's the only good way to get into Teedzin. And you're thinking, oh, okay, I got clear running. No, that's where Carbolito Elementary is, and we put a traffic light out there. Okay, great. Then you get a little bit more clear running until you get to where Harvest is, over at the McMobile intersection that they've got there.
Oh, my goodness, look at that.
Would you look at that? So once you get into that, that's just car line, baby. That's all that is car line for Harvest. I'm saying take the light off of the intersection over at Carbolito, on the way into Carbolito, because we've never needed a light there. I used to live there. I lived there for, 10 years or something like that. I lived back there on the Santos property. Never needed a traffic light there. Take that light out and put it in front of Harvest. That's where you need the traffic control most of the time. Get in there and get all of that stuff done and maybe, dig out a hole. There used to be a way that you could get from the end of Harvest. That road over by, there's an apartment building down there. There's a road that you can take from there that will get you by Carbolito.
Yeah, I think that's Espengo.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's I don't think it's a name.
Uncle Pete's.
You go through somebody's.
Stay off my yard, guy.
There's a guy there.
Yeah.
There's a guy there. You got to pick your time. He's got a shotgun and guys. 748. There, my friends, is your right now traffic. Don't worry, you're going to get stuck somewhere on Route 8 before you get late for work on getting into downtown again. You're at 748. I'll be right back.
All those amazing photos and videos saved on your camera roll capturing your love for Guam? We want to see it. Log on to visitguam.com/Instaguam to submit your best moments for a chance to win weekly prizes. The Guam Visitors Bureau will choose a weekly winner, so share your love for our island paradise now and win. Brought to you by GVB. Thank you for making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Leah Dunca from Security Title here with a little information about trusts. A trust is a legal entity capable of owning property. It can protect property from issues such as lawsuits or divorce and can be used to distribute property and avoid probate. Many trusts start as revocable but become irrevocable when the initial trustees die. Work with your estate planning attorney to see if a trust is a good fit for your family property. Call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
10 minutes away from 8 o'clock in the morning. Busy for a Thursday. You know whose birthday it is? Want to do a quick look at celebrity birthdays before we go any further? Kim Kardashian, 41 years old.
Wow.
Did you
Happy
hear?
birthday, Kim.
Did you hear in the news yesterday where she's breaking up with Kanye? Or did they broke up?
Excuse me, his name is Ye.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I heard that story, because they were doing it while we were prepping for the show yesterday, and he's changed his name officially to Ye. Never mind the West thing.
There it is.
This is what happens, guys, is sometimes you break up with the wrong girl, you just go crazy. You just lose your mind for the rest of your life.
If you go out with the right girl, you go crazy.
Well, I mean,
or the wrong girl.
Don't you figure you got to be crazy going out with Kim Kardashian anyway? I mean, just as human beings go, I mean, does that look like that's the sum of all great beauty and personality and all of that?
She's Persian, Ray.
And I have a cat that was Persian. And near as I can tell, all it did was pee everywhere.
Yeah.
At 10 away from the top of the hour, Sandra Regis is on the line now. Sandra, I'll preface this with saying that she is one of those, whenever I get out of line and say peekaboo things, she calls me on it every single time. It's like, frankly, it's like having another sister. But at any rate, so Sandra's on the line, and Sandra sent over a video not that long ago where she's, good morning, Sandra.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Sandra.
Are you running, by the way?
Good morning, Mona. I'm sorry?
Good morning, Magneto.
Good morning. Are you running for office?
Well, that's the plan. I should find out within the next month.
Who do you got to ask?
Well,
I mean, there's the boy, right? You got to ask the little boy because I mean, this is gonna.
My son wants me to run.
Okay.
He does.
All right. Well, then
There's
you
just
got
a
somebody
couple
there
of
that
things
can help
going
you wave and hand out bumper stickers and stuff. That's good. What thinking about the platform from before, and this was we were still fresh into the pandemic, and it was easy to look back on the over the history of the government of Guam and say, okay, well, what a screwed up island, what a screwed up government this is, and I want to get in there and make it better. Do you think that it has gotten better since then, the pandemic and the last election, or would you say that overall the state of the territory has gotten worse?
It's still bad. I mean, there's transparency issues. My parents. People thought I was attacking, our governor, but I wasn't attacking her. I was bringing out issues that people should be aware of and pointing things out. Like my last press release was the FOIA, on her trip. Things like that people of our island need to know what's going on, even though it's not against the law for our government officials to travel first class or business class. But you got to realize Guam doesn't have money. I mean, we have the $600 million, but we don't have money, and we never have for our government officials to fly first class. Now, if you're a true leader, then you would fly economy, and then if you want to fly first class, then you pay for it yourself. Guam don't have the money for that. And then, staying at a 5-star hotel while you're gone.
Oh, and don't forget dragging along executive security. It's the same thing as the question that I've got about the cop and the curb yesterday. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but by now there should have been a press release that came out describing exactly what has happened, what the rules and regulations are when a police officer is involved in an accident like that, and what steps are being taken that meet those things. And like I said, we haven't gotten anything. So there is a transparency issue, and you see what's happening up in Saipan. You watch Candid like everybody else does. And you go, there, but for the grace of God. Actually, I think it's possible that those kinds of things are happening, but we're just not able to see them as readily.
And I do want to say one more thing about my FOIA. Well, maybe two. Yeah. But what also came about was, she's always waiting for direction from the U.S. Treasury. She had that direction before she even left on her trip. And she said when she came back to Guam, she was all excited, like, hey, I just got the okay that we could use the federal ARP money for the All Rise Act. Okay, now, if you met with the U.S. Treasury, your communications director was with you. Why didn't you do a press release right then after the meeting? You know what I mean? But she's going to wait till she comes back? It doesn't make sense.
And is that the only thing that they talked about? Is that the only thing that they talked about there? Did you ask about any other uses that we've got? The legislature gave you a whole list of things that they'd like to see that money used for. Did you ask if we could get around to doing that? Anyway, 7:55. We'll get back into election mode here. It's 310 days now away from the primary election, and I'd like to see you running as. But here's the thing. Now, what did you learn about the Republican Party by running as a Republican in the last election? Did you get everything that you needed from them? Did you feel like you were the new kid on the block, a new kid in school?
Well, I was lucky. I had help I had a lot of support from one of the candidates. I'm sure y'all know who it is. And I really appreciate all the help and support he gave me. Other than that, that was, and then there was another senator's team who helped me as well. All
right. Well, the reason I ask is, I know from being around that group for a while, it can sometimes be very cliquish, and if you're not one of the cool kids, then you don't get to speak. You're not. They'll accidentally not invite you to all kinds of other get-togethers, and they'll make you put chairs away. So I just want to make sure that you're not among those that have to put the chairs away. 7:56. Here's the video that we played a little bit earlier. You were watching it. Thank you again for sending it along. And it basically shows you doing science on yourself, taking, as you say, a magnet.
It's a magnet.
Mm-hmm. And you've got it, holding it about 1.5 inches away from your skin, letting it go, and
strong.
Yeah, and we can hear how strong it is. You can almost feel it on your own chest if you're watching. What the hell is happening with you?
Okay, well, see, I I used to belong to all these protest groups on Facebook and stuff, but I had to take myself out. But I have met friends, and they're on my Facebook, and I saw Michaela Hendricks' video. So, of course, I went to go find a magnet, and I tried it. And I'm like, what the heck? You know, so I Googled it. I Googled, why would a magnet stick to my chest? And it's just crazy how everything that popped up was COVID. And all the articles said, no, there's no magnetism or anything in the vaccines, except for one article from, by one of the doctors, Joe Schwartz.
But you're not vaccinated. So even if there was, little magnetic filings in the COVID-19 vaccine, wouldn't make any difference. You're not vaccinated.
They said that the vaccinated can shed it to the unvaccinated.
Oh my!
It's called shedding. So yeah, there's a group. So anybody who tries it, if you could send the video to me or Claire Calvo or Michaela Hendricks, they're trying to build a case, against the mandatory vaccine and all this great stuff. I'm not the expert. I was trying to get Michaela to jump on and call you, but apparently she must be sleeping or something. Yeah,
I know her. I know her as well, and obviously we know Claire. I know you, and so I know that you're not faking this. You're not the kind of person that would do that. Even if it was just something fun for me, you wouldn't do that. So I'm all kind of turned around on what's happening. Clearly, there is some kind of a phenomenon that is at work here today. COVID-19 is an easy culprit. Vaccination is an easy culprit. Now, Michaela had also put information on her video about how to get rid of that.
Yeah, demagnetizing yourself.
Yeah, have you tried it?
You have to do that every day. I am against the vaccine, and thanks for pointing that out, Ray, that I'm not vaccinated. But
wait a second. That almost sounded like I'm in trouble. Am I in trouble? Well, you told me. I just assume, unless you tell me that something is to be held in confidence, I assume that it's a for the record thing. Okay.
It's fine. No, I'm not all hardcore about it like they are about, all these lawsuits and stuff. But I am against the vaccine, and I'm, and so last night I showed my mom, and then I had to go check my kid, to make sure he wasn't magnetized. But when I showed him, his mouth dropped. He thought it was like so cool.
Well, I'm wondering if there's people out there that are going, well, maybe it's not COVID, maybe it's the devil. Have you considered that it might be Beelzebub, might be the angel of darkness?
Oh my gosh!
I'm just saying. I don't know. My next stop, if you can't get satisfaction on Google, is I don't know. Go find a Catholic priest, old priest and a young priest, and see how that works out. Baby, I got to break away. I'll talk to you pretty soon. All right.
Okay.
All right. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. The radio station's KUSG. Got you 93.3. This is The Point.
More ammunition in the COVID battle. I'm Lisa Lacera. The FDA has authorized boosters for 2 more COVID vaccines.
The J&J dose is approved for age 18 and up as early as 2 months after the initial dose. For Moderna, the lag time is at least 6 months and has been approved for age 65 and older and 18 to 64 with high COVID health risk and who work in jobs with high exposure. Also, the FDA said it is safe enough for patients to get a booster that is different than the brand of their original vaccination.
Fox's Gernal Scott, the recommendations still need final approval from the CDC. The FBI confirming human remains and personal items found in a Florida preserve where they have been searching for Brian Laundrie for more than a month.
These items were found in an area that up until recently have been underwater.
FBI Special Agent Michael McPherson, Laundrie is considered a person of interest in the murder of his girlfriend, Gabby Petito, who disappeared in August while on a cross-country trip with him. Her remains were found in Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming last month. Republicans have blocked the Freedom to Vote Act, which would have set federal minimum standards for early and mail-in voting.
Vice President Kamala Harris presided over the Senate chamber for the failed procedural vote. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says Democrats are trying to take federal control over state elections.
It still puts Washington in the middle of states' redistricting decisions and on
and on.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says he will keep pushing for election legislation, but that is unlikely without all 50 Senate Democrats agreeing to change filibuster rules. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Wall Street stocks ended higher. The Dow added 152. The Nasdaq off 7 points. The S&P gained 16, just short of a record. America's listening to Fox News.
Great news, Guam! Chili's 2 for Dining is back. Enjoy a full-on meal deal made for 2 for just $35. Start with 2 Coca-Cola beverages, an appetizer to share, and 2 mouth-watering entrees like the sizzling personal fajitas, the mouth-watering honey chipotle steak and shrimp, or Chili's world-famous fall-off-the-bone baby back ribs. Available for a limited time. Dine in today or call 648-7377 to place to-go orders. Chili's is located on the 2nd floor of Tuan Sands Plaza. Chili's. Savor the moment.
Hapaday, konnichiwa,
Patois. Ciao. Enter for a chance to win the 76 Circle K World Cuisine Giveaway. Be one of 3 lucky winners to win a passport of free food from around the world at over 15 different local restaurants. Just stop by any 76 Circle K, purchase $35 or more in fuel to get an entry form. Drive by today and taste the world with 76 Circle K's World Cuisine Giveaway. Visit 76CircleKGuam.com for more details. Some conditions apply. Circle K, take it easy.
Customs and Border Patrol says apprehensions on the southern border have reached record highs.
The highest number of apprehensions previously on record was 1986 with 1.69 million, second highest in 2000 with 1.6 million. These numbers not only exceed that record with more than 1.7 million now, they are unprecedented. We have people coming from more than 150 different countries now. Another number that stands out, we've had more than 132,000 unaccompanied children so far. We're still waiting for those September final figures, but for comparison, there were only 33,000 kids total last year.
Fox's Griff Jenkins, the military veteran who was the helicopter pilot shot down and held prisoner in the 1993 Black Hawk Down incident, is joining the U.S. Senate race in Alabama. Mike Durant is now the owner of an aerospace company. He's portraying himself as an outsider. Durant joins a crowded field vying for the Republican nomination for the seat now held by Richard Shelby, who is retiring. Some unvaccinated airline employees will be allowed to keep working for now.
Southwest Airlines says it will comply with the federal vaccine mandate, though it won't fire employees who have asked for a religious or medical exemption. In a statement, Southwest CEO Gary Kelly says the company must join industry peers in complying with the federal government's COVID-19 vaccination directive, but will allow employees to work if their accommodations haven't yet been reviewed or approved. An internal note reviewed by Fox Business says the employee will be required to follow all COVID mask and distancing guidelines applicable to their position until the accommodation has been processed. Jenny Coselda, Fox News.
Queen Elizabeth II has been ordered by doctors to rest for a few days. The 95-year-old was supposed to take part in a series of engagements in Northern Ireland. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
When making the new Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich, people asked how I felt about burger places selling fried chicken. I'd say that's none of my business, just like making fried chicken is none of theirs. The new Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich with mayo, pickles, and a quarter-pound filet as far as the eye can see. Get comfy, it's gonna be a while.
The new Kentucky Fried Chicken sandwich is back for good, along with the new all-white meat KFC chicken sandwiches, Zinger, Super Deluxe, and Grilled Doublicious. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Now open on Guam, 511 Tactical Gear Guam, offering superior tactical apparel and duty gear for law enforcement, first responders, tactical operators, and recreational enthusiasts. You'll find Guam's largest selection of 511 pants, shirts, jackets, hats, boots, watches, knives, lights, patches, and gear bags. Shop inventories online at tacticalgearguam.com. Located in Harmon, Route 16 Army Drive between Little Wangs and the Dungeon, right next to Bargain Tactical. 511 Tactical Gear Guam. always be ready.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Off today, it's 8:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Governor Lou Leon-Guerrero has less than a month to prepare for another round of war reparations, including finding out how to fund the new local program. As reported by the Guam Daily Post, the governor signed a bill unanimously passed by senators on October 15th, beginning a 30-day time frame to submit an implementation plan for the Guam World War II Reconciliation Act of 2021. The legislation would pay awards to survivors of the Japanese occupation and their heirs who either missed filing deadlines or were deemed ineligible for now closed federal claim processes. Before the bill was expanded to pay survivors who have since died, the Bureau of Budget Management Research estimated that the program could cost up to $10 million for about 700 survivors who are eligible. The statute gives the governor flexibility to fund the payments, authorizing Lou Leon-Guerrero to transfer such sums as may be available to her to bridge any budgetary gaps. The governor's spokeswoman, Crystal Paco, said that the governor has yet to identify a funding source for the new law. And once the governor's implementation plan is completed, along with where the money will come from, lawmakers will have 30 days of their own to act before applications can be opened. That story again from the Guam Daily Post. Meanwhile, senators will go into session tomorrow with some bills already on their agenda. One that would support health care education for students, one that would renovate the old F.Q. Sanchez Elementary School, and another that legalizes firearm suppressors on island. Session set for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, the governor has been eyeing the use of the Eagle Field in Manila for her new 21st century health care center, but the plan has original landowners up in arms as they have for many years been seeking just compensation for their property. The Guam Daily Post says lawmakers committed to the use of the property for the development of the hospital, but as government officials move forward with the project, concerns linger with its implementation. The original landowners of the Eagles Field have continued to voice their concerns both to the Speaker of the Legislature as well as to the Ancestral Lands Commission. There are 12 Eagle Fields landowners listed by the GALC. The Speaker, who voted to pass the Health Center Act, said that after listening to the original landowners, it's become clear that they were not informed of the governor's plan to use Eagles Field. And they are also aware that the compensation provided to them decades earlier was unjust at just 9 cents per square meter. Speaker Chalahi in the Daily Post says that she's encouraging them to make their concerns known to the governor as well as to the Ancestral Lands Commission. Meanwhile, the executive director at the Ancestral Lands Commission, John Birch, says that he, too, has fielded calls from people concerned about the land, but the issue is out of their jurisdiction. He says that the agency is tasked with facilitating the return of excess federal lands. However, the Eagles Field is scheduled to be leased and not returned to GovGuam. Meanwhile, the defense liaison, Vera Tapasnia, has said in the Post that they are looking at December for the first of the licenses to be issued, after which the plans could be laid out, and they will work with the Navy to determine which real estate transaction would be most suitable. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go solar, and save big with Nambo Insurance. When you power up your home with solar panels, Nambo Insurance will pay up to $350 toward your power bill. With Nambo, you can enjoy great savings while going green and helping to save Guam's environment. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit Nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Nambo Insurance, proudly serving Guam for over 50 years.
If you're following the car score today, it's at 16.7. It's lower than yesterday. It was up at 17.5 yesterday. Meanwhile, there are 122 new positive cases of COVID-19 out of 1,187 people who were tested on October 19th. 30 of those cases were identified through contact tracing. The JIC report says 49 people in the hospital, and that includes 3 of them who are children. Also, Homeland Security says that you can expect some bad weather this weekend. They're expecting a tropical disturbance to move through the Marianas. they're looking at it. It's Invest Area 98W. It's not anticipated to be anything more than some wet weather, but they say expect heavy rainfall from 3 to 6 inches across the Marianas from Saturday through Monday. Those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Thank you, Montecito Tyron. Mostly cloudy, scattered showers, isolated thunders just about everywhere, but there is a little bit of sunshine out there. You can always tell there's sunshine because you can see a rainbow. And here's a shot. Looks like it's from the Shell gas station on Marine Corps Drive, looking southbound because I can see Teray on one side of the street. There's the rainbow. Color good. East winds 10 to 15 miles an hour today. Highs 85 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 94. For tonight, partly cloudy, isolated showers and thunderstorms. Again, northeast winds to 15 miles an hour. Cooler, 76 degrees. Now, I was over beachside yesterday for the sunset and was remarking to myself just how cold it was on the beach. I mean, wet to begin with. All of a sudden, you got all the moisture in the air and a breeze coming at you about 12, 13 miles an hour. And I was wishing I was wearing more clothes than I had on at the time. Maybe the same thing will happen for you. Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:58. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, and as Mona mentioned, dude, we got ourselves into a spot of some weather moving in from Pohnpei and that region. That's going to be bringing some rain and thunderstorms and things like that. So instead of looking for pretty sunsets, maybe put your camera in video mode and capture some lightning strikes if possible, and see if you can turn those into great pictures on your meme machines. 8:12 in the morning. That's news and weather together on The Point.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tinactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
It's back on. Mark it down. October 30th, Michelob Ultra presents the GSPN Imas Met Good competition. Guam's strongest man and woman will be determined at the Paseo ground. Come, watch our island's strongest compete in the Triple J truck pull, the Paradise Fitness log lift, CTD and Pacific tire flip, the IT&E wheelbarrow course, Guam Army National Guard warrior walk, and the Isla Imports mini truck lift. There'll be a beer garden and food truck, so leave your chow and drinks at home. They're not allowed at this free event. Who will be Guam's strongest man and woman? Find out Saturday, October 30th. Ooh, sleep in a tree like will be the 888-255-888-TALK. 10:13 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and also the team over at where's that Docomo, where they got the Business Bundles Plus. They will customize this for you. This is what is this. Incidentally, my favorite thing about working with them recently on my fiber drop here is they've got the right internet and they will scale it for you. You need fiber, maybe copper pair is going to be good for you. How about TV for the office, phone plans for your business, for your mobiles or desk phones? They've got all of that technology. The more services you add, the more you save with Docomo Pacific's Business Bundles Plus. Call or visit at Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Just on screen a second ago, a double rainbow. Hopefully you were able to make that out. Pretty Sarita Garin scanning the skies for all kinds of different cool events to share with you. Happy that you're sharing that with us here. Even though the meme machine is not online, we've talked about that before. 988-5874 is the meme machine number, or at least was. It looks like it's been taken over by somebody. So apparently it's not a question of working with the phone company to restore our ability to use that number. Might need to call the FBI. Real Joe, get the president on the line
right away.
Tell him that our meme machine has been confiscated by a Nigerian princess out there. 8:15 in the morning. Hi, my name is Ray, and delighted when I was looking at the editorial section in the newspaper. You know, after a while, Tuesday, I like Tuesdays, Mondays because it got Lee Weber, Tuesdays because it got Jerry Roberts, Wednesdays because who was in there yesterday that I was talking about? Was there anybody? Yet today is Dr. Ron McNinch. Right, and McNinch got an interesting. He's always got an interesting editorial in there. But side by side to Dr. Ron McNinch's interesting editorial, I got Senator Jesse Anderson Lahan and his editorial contribution, asking for more support for the guys in the hospitality trade. Good morning, Senator.
Hey, good morning, Ray, Real Joe, and Senator Mono. How you doing this morning?
Hey, good morning, Senator.
Morning, Mr. California.
So, but okay. Oh, wait. No, there's a great picture. Did you see that in the news in the Facebook?
Yeah.
Somebody posted a picture of you.
I'm from Guam, right?
I think so. It's a
Yeah.
picture of a much younger Senator Jesse Anderson Lohan in that picture.
I tagged you in that.
Going somewhere on an airplane.
It was one of your old classmates that was remembering. She pulled up an
Yes,
album
it was,
and.
yes, absolutely, Monica Mack. Actually, she lived right down the street from where I grew up, and it's great. My gosh, when I got that tag as well, my sister gave it to me. Oh, Monica, yeah, I remember Monica.
It's always scary when somebody pulls up old pictures of me.
That
because
was Jesse before his muscles, you know.
We did
This is
crazy
before
stuff
he
over
started.
Lights, Camelot back in the day. Efforts to revive tourism are crucial and need support. And I thought, well, this is an interesting headline. I mean, where are you seeing, Senator, a lack of support for the work that guys like Uncle Carl Gutierrez and Jerry Perez are doing over at GVB? What other resources would you like to see them get?
Well, I think Ray. First of all, with what I wrote today, I've been saying since January of this year, right? And it's more crucial right now, especially with the South Koreans now and their vaccination rate. They're about above 60% now, and from all indications and from all the articles I've been reading, is that they're itching to travel as well. I mean, you said it earlier this morning that all these low budget carriers are. Looking at starting up and flying back to Guam, and so they're itching to travel. But likewise, we said earlier that their governments, these safety protocols, safety bubbles, safety zones, whatever you may call it, it's a government-to-government agreement. And they, which basically says that their returning residents or their residents have to be vaccinated before they get on the plane, and likewise they're coming from safe zones or safety bubbles basically, and they're coming back and not having to quarantine. So it's very important. It's very important. For the agents, they take that a lot more seriously, or they listen to their governments, even if they just disagree with their government, a lot more than Westerners in regards to.
Because I'm a troublemaker. I'm a troublemaker, Jess.
Well, we do that. That was ever since. I mean,
yeah.
Nothing has changed, right? But like masking, they've been masking forever as well, and we're tired of that already. But so their mindset is very different from Westerners. But they're itching to travel, just like us. We're itching to travel. But their governments want to ensure that their numbers don't climb as well. So they're making agreements, travel bubble agreements all over: Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand, Malaysia, Palau, Saipan, and their numbers are growing. So we need to be a part of that we need to be part of that competition. And with our vaccination rate close to 90, if we're not 90% already, we need to boast that fact, right? At least for our Asian market, is because that's what they like to see. And in doing so, hopefully, and I know Governor Gutierrez and Jerry are hard at work trying to get the CDC, to remove us from the do not travel to Guam.
Well, easier said than done. I think one of the things that we ought to start doing is maybe look at, unless you have symptoms, then don't get tested, because we're starting to see a whole lot of asymptomatic positives in here, and that contributes to big numbers that we've got. Of course, there are a radical number of people because of the Delta variant that are coming down with symptoms and are asymptomatic, and that's something that we've got to check. I looked at the CDC gizmo here this morning, and we're still number 4, although I will say there is a little bit of a competition going on apparently among the territories, and among the territories, Puerto Rico now is number 1 in terms of population vaccination.
Yeah. Sure.
They got bigger numbers. Guam is number 2. I mean, we're close, but we're number 2 on all of this. And I think I agree with you. I think maybe what we've got to do is, despite where the CDC says we are, we know what our situation is like on the ground. And yeah, our positive rates are high because there are a lot of unhealthy people to begin with here on Guam. It's not because healthy, unhealthy, old, and young are getting hit with COVID-19. I think that's a point that needs to get made. made. If we have to make a point of it at all, maybe we'll just say, look, we're open for business, and it's just as safe here as it is in Korea, just as safe here as it is in Japan.
Absolutely, Ray. And as Mona had said before, I said the more you test, the more you're going to get positives. I mean, Dr. Macris had said, I think we've reached herd immunity already. So you're going to have a lot. You're going to have a lot of positives. Although those positives are not symptomatic, most of them are asymptomatic. You're going to get it. That's what happens when you've reached herd immunity. I mean, my wife's an elected official back in the Philippines as well. I said, hey, your numbers seem to be going down. She goes, yeah, we're not testing as much.
Don't ask me no questions. I'll tell you no lies. It's the old. Does this make my dress look fat? If you don't want to hear the answer, don't ask the question. Do you have COVID-19? I don't know. But we're in a situation here where I think there's some common sense approaches to all of these things that unfortunately there aren't too many people around here with that kind of common sense, or they're just sucked in and attracted like magnets to the power that they've got right now, and only want to see things continue while they're in power.
Sure, Dre, and I tell you what's really sad, because I mean I know you've been saying this. You're unvaxxed, and I respect that. And but I'm vaxxed. I go to restaurants, try to support them as much as possible, and it's really sad because I'm at restaurants sometimes, Ray, and I'm in there for 45 minutes to an hour, and there'll be times I'm the only one in there. The service is great because all the waiters and the waitresses are waiting on you. But I just, how can you make it? I mean, I'm looking at the square footage and I'm going, per square foot, how much do you make in an hour? I ordered maybe a $20 meal or something, and I'm going, that's all you're making, and most of that is already going to salaries. And
it's gone. Most of it went to most of it. You know where prices are going. I mean, this is why we need some GOP guys back in the legislature to take a look at where all of this is. People of Guam are, all of that free money that you got in the PUA. Remember, kids, that nothing is free. Now all of a sudden we've got problems with supply issues. There are inflationary pressures on the cost of goods and services all across the country, and I'm here to tell you right now that you are paying back every free dollar that you got in the PUAs. The rule is nothing is free, but here we are in the land of the government of Guam, and I'll make the point again. Is I believe that there needs to be, and God, I wish it could be retroactive, a tax holiday on groceries and drugs. Those are the things that we need to survive right now. And the government of Guam, every time the price for a packet of steaks goes up, the government of Guam gets a raise for having done nothing to add value to that steak.
Well, I agree, Ray, in that sense. As a matter of fact, I am totally in agreement, and we said this before, that tax holidays should be on the table right now and should be implemented.
Price of gas. You can't get tested without sitting in a car for 3.5 hours. And you're burning up gasoline the entire time you're doing that. All of a sudden, we could save 15 cents for a gallon of gas today. Every gallon of gas that gets bought in this town, the people of Guam can get a break on that because these are hard times. And somebody in the government of Guam is going to squawk about, but we need to get money for the roads. Well, nobody's working on the roads right now.
Yeah, Ray, I don't like to brag to friends and relatives that I go to expensive places, but last night I tried to fill my tank up at a gas station.
Did you feel like you have to get dressed, kids? We're going to the gas station. Put on your nice clothes. We're going to the gas station. You'll see all the other rich people there.
There we go. That's exactly what it is. But yeah, I mean, all these prices. So and to help the regular consumer, let's have a tax holiday on the BPT. That way they can pass that on to the consumer. Because right now, I mean, it's absolutely nuts, Ray. And you and I know that when businesses, I mean, I'm glad that these businesses, at least for right now, the great majority of them are temporarily shut down. But when they permanently shut down, Ray, they're not going to come back up when the economy turns around. When a business shuts down, they shut down. And it's really sad. And you and I know as well, there are quite a few people that are looking for greener pastures, and they're getting on getting on that 777 and getting out of Dodge
because things are recovering in other places faster than they are going to recover here. And you take somebody with the sense that God gave horses to be able to sort that out and have the liquid to get on an airplane, then they're never coming back. They will hook up with the Chamorro Society of Lakeland, Florida, and they will stay there. And every year on Liberation, they'll have a thing, and they'll do novenas, and they will import lumut from the mountains of Petey, and that's the way it's going to happen for those guys. They're never ever coming back unless somebody dies in the family, and then just for the Fnac put. We've seen it 100 times before. We saw it in 2000 when the Japanese economy hit that downturn. We saw it in 2008 when everybody split that time. We saw it when they closed down SRF.
Sure. And Ray, I tell you, times the telling of the times basically is, I watch football. I was college football and the NFL on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, right? And I'm looking at the stadium now, and of course, last year you saw these these fake audiences. Now you're looking at it, you go, wow. It's jam-packed.
Yep. They're jam-packed, and everybody's yelling, "Let's go, Brandon." I think that's another interesting component of what we're talking about. Senator Jesse Lana on the line, we were talking about efforts to support the guys in the hospitality industry, and I think there's a $75 million ask for the guys in the hospitality industry. Many of the businesses that are currently at risk of extinction, looking to the government to help them keep the lights on and the doors open, and people working these businesses. I tell you, I passed by my friend Johnny Gerber's museum the other day, and for the first time, it's been a while, but I didn't see anybody getting into and out of the doors. I don't know if they're able to keep that place open, considering not a whole lot of tourists are able to go into that museum and other museums. But there's a bunch of people that are holding out for $75 million. Our friend Frank Blas Jr., Chris Duenas, and who's the other one? Wasn't Jimmy. Tony Adda had put together a piece of documentation, a piece of legislation that would allow the governor to expand her transfer authority and put $37.5 million aside as the legislature's contribution towards that $75 million. Do you have thoughts along those lines for being able to use some of the funds that we've got here on Guam to help support these businesses?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's crucial that they do alongside that, Ray. Support GVB. I know a GVB team. They're headed to South Korea. It's very important. They get that going, get that travel bubble protocol, whatever you may want to call it, get that in place. Agreements between us and them, and let's get those travelers out here because again, we had a good thing going. Governor Gutierrez has started, the Airbnb, and that came to a halt when the Delta variant again that started to surge, and so let's jump on that because we're competing now. Their vaccination rates are high, and they're having travel agreements between their countries, between again the Asian countries. Let's jump on that because they want to come to America, and we are America and Asia.
And we got to make sure that there's something for them to do when they get here, other than take pictures and lay on the beach. Although laying on the beach, nothing wrong with that. Senator,
absolutely. Yeah.
Now, last question before I let you go: have you gone to the Election Commission to pick up your paperwork yet?
Actually, they just moved down the street from my house, but not yet.
Not yet.
I'm waiting for Mana so we can walk hand in hand together.
Did you want to run for governor, lieutenant governor? I'll be in charge of beautification. That's all I want to do.
As I said, six-figure job, a lot of travel, and no expectations for any results whatsoever. Hey, you get to go to the United Nations once a year, I think, is part of the deal. Senator, it's always a delight talking with you, and while I love discussions and debates where we can get to opposition on issues, you and I are on the same page. The wheel that turns this island and this economy is tourism-based, and a lot more focus needs to be put on that.
Ray, I'm all for diversifying the economy, but that's going to take years and years. But what's crucial right now is to get our get our businesses open right now whose doors are shut and get people in there. We need to get back to as normal as possible. And when I'm looking at the rest of the United States, they're back to normal. There's no reason why we shouldn't be back to normal.
I'm hearing it. Wish you were in a position over at the legislature to show them how it's done. Bottom of the hell, I'd even put up with Jesse Lujan and Mark Charfros in the legislature just because I know there'd be at least a couple of people in there with some backbone.
Ray,
what you guys were? No, you guys could be just a hell of a pair to deal with. My God, I remember when oh golly, for heaven's sake! So you remember going after who was it that when we were talking about bringing in some coal. And you and a couple of other guys over at the legislature, were the loyal opposition, actually stood up to, at the time, the CCU and the Guam Power Authority, saying, all right, well, we know that you're invested in this, but why aren't you listening to the conversations about maybe doing clean coal power here on Guam?
There you go. Yeah, no, that's actually I think that was the last time the Republicans were in the majority, the 28th and 29th. Yeah, and I had oversight of
utilities
GPA at the time. Yeah,
yep.
Yeah,
interesting time. Yeah. And now with everything going on with the price of oil, I think it's still interesting. I mean, if we'd have done that coal thing back then, we might be a little bit ahead. I don't know. I gotta check. Unfortunately, the environmentalists hate it, and now they're shutting down the one good one they've got left in the state of Hawaii, and they're going to change that into something that, from what I'm told by environmentalists, is actually worse for the environment. But anyway, I gotta go. You have a great day, Jess. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Ray. You too.
As let me go. Bottom of the hour, 888-825-5888-TAOK is the telephone number around here. And always an interesting conversation that generally ends with an invitation to go and with Mana to the election commission.
It's true.
Back in the day, I understand he didn't like to go in there because he's afraid of elevators, but they've moved now. It's you can just go right up the stairs.
Oh, yeah, there's the stairs.
There's the new place over at I'm just playing around. But, man, that would be interesting because, agree or disagree with Jesse Lujan, you always knew there was going to be a fight. You might win it, but you wake up the next morning, you know you were in a fight. 8:32. And we got the last look at news and headlines with Mana Silva Tyron on the other side of these messages.
As we get back to business, Docomo Pacific is ready to keep you connected. Introducing Business Bundles Plus. Build a customized bundle with the right internet, mobile, TV, and phone plan for your business. Pay for exactly what you need and nothing you don't. And the more services you add, the more you save. Plus, you can rely on Docomo Pacific's fastest, most reliable network and 24/7 customer support. So build your own bundle and save today with Business Bundles Plus. Call 671-688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
I see at 8:33 in the morning portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at Applebee's, and like many of their it's a family of restaurants, and they recognize that these are interesting times for a lot of people, and a lot of folks aren't dining in for a lot of different reasons. So they can say, well, but we put all that stuff in a platter, and somebody says that's a good idea. So there are some great platters that you can get from our friends over at Applebee's. Boneless wings or mozzarella sticks, you choose. That's one of the starters here. We got a large house salad, and then you choose from a bunch of great Applebee's classics: St. Louis ribs, miso salmon, island pork chop, pot roast, salmon Alfredo, and plenty of other items. Give them a call and check out their family platters. 671-648-2337. That's 671-648-2337.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage starting at $127 per paycheck. Zero down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
Oh, this is sweet. Hold on, before we get into it, okay, everybody knows my name's Ray. I like pickup trucks, and I got from my buddies over at Nissan, and it's one of my buddies over at Nissan with a good camera. And it's hard to take these pictures, guys, considering the kind of weather that we've got these days. But I've been telling you about the Frontier. That's the Frontier.
That's sexy, man.
Color good on that one. So let me see. I got the front styling shot. There's the glamour sideways shot. We can zoom in on that one. And there's the operative part of the pickup truck bed, ladies and gentlemen. It got room in there for all my junks. And if you take a look at it, it's got one of these cabs that makes it feel like a car. That looks like I could bring the lumberjack girlfriend. Right, with a couple of boards.
Yeah.
And so we got room in there for 1, 2, 3 lumberjack girlfriends in the back, and 1 lumberjack girlfriend.
The whole crew.
Yes, the whole crew. We're all going to paddle board and have wine and waterproof charcuteries over at the edge of Tumon Bay. Do you know where I'm talking about, Real Joe?
I do.
Right there, underneath the Tsubaki Towers. And I
Yeah,
can't go
in the
in.
corner.
We're going to go right there. And they say there's sharks there. But that's to keep
wow.
that's to keep the uninformed away. That's to keep the newbies away. Don't go there, there's sharks. And that's how we're going to get there. We're going to launch from the topping out of the back of that Nissan Frontier. Wait a second. They got it. There's another version of it in a different color. So,
Oh no, that's nice.
That is nice. I don't know who that kid is, but the kid get away from my truck. So
yeah, I think that's the older version, right? On the left. The grill looks like the older version.
Yeah, I think you're right. So yeah, okay.
It's all new, man.
So version 1, and then how it started, how it's going. Can we do it like that with the meme thing?
Nice.
Thank you very much. 836. There's limited inventory, so reserve it today. NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. 836. How about Monetary? You ready for that last look at news?
Yeah.
Thought you might be. What happened?
Well, the governor hasn't identified where the money's going to come from just yet, but she does have less than a month to prepare for another round of war reparations that will be going out. She signed a bill unanimously passed by senators earlier in October, and it would begin a 30-day time frame to submit an implementation plan for what's known as the World War II Reconciliation Act of 2021 that would give pay survivors from up to $10 million. There's about 700 survivors who are eligible for this fund. Meanwhile, about 350 DOE employees have been notified that they will have to undergo testing beginning next week, Monday, because they're not fully vaccinated. The Department of Education sent out notices this week. The testing will be done beginning Monday at the schools so that classes are not disrupted. If an employee refuses to get tested or vaccinated, they could face punitive damages. And from the JIC this morning, 122 new positive cases. The CAR score is at 16.7. Those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I got you. What was that? Well, you did a story there a second ago. Not the CAR score thing.
The war reparations.
War reparations. Can we do that? We're survivors. I mean, we're not survivors. We are not survivors. But Mom was a survivor of the Second World War.
She was a survivor of a survivor.
And a survivor of a survivor.
You could try.
You don't want to do it? You're better at paperwork than me. No. Ask Shelly. Do it. I've never even thought of it before, but it sounds like, they've opened things up wider so more voters, descendants of the survivors can maybe avail themselves of some of that Section 30 money that we've been using all this time. So look, if everybody else is getting it, why not?
Our grandma's name and our grandfather's names
are on the thing. Mm-hmm. They're in the thing, so I don't know. Worth talking about among the families to get together with everybody. I'm sure they'll find a way, but then they're going to go, but you guys are the white underwoods. Never mind you guys. We'll see what happens. 8:38, that's Montecito Tarn with all the other stuff. If you're looking for something to celebrate today, besides Kim Kardashian's birthday, it's Pumpkin Cheesecake Day.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Okay. So I'm gonna say this now, and she's going to say, doggone it, Ray, your memory's too good. Auntie Lolita Kamet. She can bake. She can bake, and one of the reasons why I call her Auntie Lolita Kamet was because I used to be married to her niece, and so there was baking going on at the house all the time, and Auntie Lolita Kamet. I'm sure it's pumpkin cheesecake, etc. But she had a knack. You go to Payless, and you don't make the crust. You buy the crust. You start with the crust already there because you save yourself a step and it tastes good. And she'd go there, and she was a stickler If there was the slightest little tiny baby hairline crack, she'd go out there with an electron microscope and look at every single one and make sure that it was perfect when she got it. And that was the basis of some great cheesecakes and some great pies that I'd had over at Auntie Lolita's place once upon a time. So there's something to say. Bye, Mana. There's something to celebrate. It's Celebration of the Mind Day. A celebration of the Mind Day. And to what degree are you even conscious of your mind? Do you spend a lot of time getting into it and wondering, is this the basis of my soul? Is it the basis of my personality? Or is it just physics? Is this just the way this organ experiences living, and that contributes to the words that come out of my mouth, the way I feel about certain things? And so it might be worth pondering while you're waiting for the sun to come out, while you're waiting for the lightning storms tonight, so you can take pictures of those to ponder the nature of your own mind and all of the different wheels that turn in there. It's Conflict Resolution Day, Get Smart About Credit Day, and I'm smart about credit. I'll tell you, let me just riff on this before we get into the break. I'm smart about credit. I'm just not good at it. I'm one of those guys. I can tell you everything that you need to do. You show me a pile of debt, I will tell you in what order to pay things off of, and what steps that you've got to take to be able to get your credit score up where it's supposed to be. But the other thing, as I celebrated my mind, I'm a lazy mind. I'm lazy mind. Okay, get smart about your credit. Okay, I'm smart about my credit. I'm just too lazy to do anything about it, which is why I will never be as rich as the top 20 people in the government of Guam. Doggone it.
True.
Get to know your customers day. Get to know your customers day. Guys, I'm in radio, and which means I've got two customers. I've got the customers with whom try to take advantage of the fact that we reach a large audience, and there are folks in the listening audience that have got some deep pockets, and they're smart about their credit. And so guys like Nissan here said, put that picture of the Frontier up on the screen, and maybe somebody's going to go right now over to Nissan and say, I saw a red Frontier on the Ray Gibson Show. I'd like to buy that very one with the dealer plate on it. Dealer plate 2277. That's what you asked for. The red dealer plate 2277. Go and buy. Save me one while you're there, guys. But that would be a great thing. And so that's half of my customer base. The other half of the customer base of the radio station, people like Sandra and Gabrielle and Jim and Nate and Jerome and all kinds of other people here and abroad that listen to the program. So I like to think I know the customers of the radio station fairly well. And if there's things about you that I need to know so I can do a better show, speak to you about the things that are of interest to you, then by all means, let me know. Let me know on the YouTube today. Everybody's abandoned Facebook. Well, not everybody, but it feels like more than half of the audience has checked into Facebook here today, and there's a lot more cool kids on the bus that they're talking about, sitting in the back of the bus. Sandra say I was there. Typhoon is online. I just got my, Sarah says, I just got my chauffeur's license. I can drive a big ride now. I don't know about that, Sarita. While you might have got a driver's license, I don't know if you're tall enough to reach the pedals on that Frontier. I'm sorry, that's mean, right? But I know my audience.
Get a pillow.
That's how much I know my
Sit on
audience. You got to grab the seat thing and go all the way up on that. I'm sorry, I'm just goofing. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be. It's 8:43. Was I supposed to do something? I did all the commercials, right?
You did, man. We're just waiting. Chanel's going to call any minute.
Oh, okay.
Janella?
We'll talk about some. They got some gizmos going on between booster shots and things like that over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. I want to talk to her about that and a few other things as the program continues. It's 8:44.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
An easily overlooked part of covering our home is what's inside of it. Over time, we buy things we don't want to lose, but don't update our contents coverage. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, Our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
Remember I was telling you about a family of restaurants? Well, in that family is an outfit called Olive Garden, and they, likewise, like everybody else, is talking about doing some takeout platters. Their takeout platters only $50. Breadsticks and a house salad, fried mozzarella, spinach artichoke dip, and remember the Ray Gibson rule on spinach artichoke dip. I said dip, right?
Yeah, you did.
Thank God. Thank God, it was another word in my head at the same time. Lasagna Classico, chicken parm, 5-cheese ziti al forno, the chicken and shrimp carbonara, shrimp and bacon. Shrimp and bacon. Oh, my God, the rigatoni. Never mind the rigatoni. Just give me the shrimp and the bacon. I'll be good. And chicken Alfredo. These are the great platters from Olive Garden at $50. Call them at 989-671-989-0008. Okay, because I'm worried every once in a while I'll try to say things like, you know, and spinach artichoke dip, right? I'm sorry, you know, in the space, you know, it's a fast-paced program, and sometimes my brain is going faster than my mouth and my tongue, and I'll get speech ups in my mix. There was a girl one time, a friend of mine had introduced me to a girl, and she had dimples on her face. And so I'm trying to compliment her, and I was so phlegmatic. I mean, super. Oh my God. Oh my, super pretty, super like Chanel pretty, right? Anyway, so but she had dimples, and I leaned over into her and I said, "Oh my God, you have such nice nipples."
Wow, Ray.
Oh my God! I was never able to recover from that. I heard the words as they came out of my mouth, and I was praying at that moment that I was blessed genetically with a string that I might be able to pull those words back into my mouth, and it just didn't happen that way. So I said, "It was very nice to meet you." Turned around and walked away, and never ever saw her again in my life. I prayed that she would be picked up by aliens and taken to another planet, so I wouldn't have to worry about ever having to see her, because otherwise I'd be like super embarrassed by the whole thing. At any rate, 8:47 in the morning. Chanel is on the line. Good morning, Chanel.
Good morning. Sorry.
I don't. You know, what do you do when you got a situation like that? I can tell you another one of the embarrassing moments. There's a girl. Her name is Liza, and as a rule, all women named Liza are beautiful. And so Liza and I were at a thing at Epal Beach one day, and I can't remember globally what was going on, but we were together. It was raining out over in that direction, so we were underneath the big pavilion at Epal Beach, and she said, "Hey, Ray." I said, "Yeah." So I'd like to tell you something. And I said, "What's that?" And she leans in right up to me, but cheek and jowl, right? She leans into my ear and she says, "You've got a booger." And I'm going, this conversation could have gone in 100 different directions. And again, it was so nice to hang out with you, Lisa. I hope I get a chance to do this again. And fortunately for me, though, she actually left Island. She did actually. She only recently came back, and I think by now she might have forgotten about that one special moment that we had in our lives. 8:48 in the morning. Chanel's on the line, and a bunch of stuff to talk about here. The booster shots are out there. We were talking with a friend whose doctor had advised him to get booster shots, just didn't know where he could get them for nothing. So what's the latest on people lining up for booster shots? Where do they go? What do they bring?
Oh, okay. Yeah, great question. So we've got them available at the University of Guam Fieldhouse. As you know, we're also doing the Village campaign. It's geared toward the 65 and older group, but we won't turn people away. I mean, if they show up at one of the Village sites and ask for a booster dose, well, you're saying it was recommended to them by their doctor. So right. I mean, as long as they have that, and we have it available, then of course they can ask or request for a booster dose, and they can get it. So.
Not too difficult. If you're elevated risk, or maybe you're in a special category, first responders or teachers or whatever, and you'd like one, that's fine. You know, I haven't gotten my initial vaccinations, but I'd like to go and get a booster shot if I can.
Well, you can ask for a booster, it'll be listed down as your first dose.
Well, not having the card or anything like that. So that like I said is in and of itself is interesting. And you got to keep track of the data, keep track of the CDC. A couple of weeks ago, they had said that if you had Pfizer, you should get a Pfizer booster. If you had Moderna, you should get a Moderna booster. But everything that I've seen recently says that they have reached a conversation or a level of the conversation that says if you got Pfizer and you want Moderna, go ahead and get the Moderna booster. If you got Jensen, you want Pfizer, go ahead and mix and match.
Right. Just today, they officially authorized and announced that they are allowing for people to go ahead and mix and match their booster doses.
Okay.
That's correct.
So I mean, if somebody showed up at the field house, would they be able to request a certain vaccine?
I think that we still need to go through the CDC ACIP process, the approval process. So that's usually the way that it goes. Is because the age groups are still, for Pfizer at least, it's still in the 65 and older category, and then for 18 to 64, it's still certain age groups with underlying medical conditions.
Yeah.
So it's not yet open to Moderna, and so it still hasn't gone through the CDC ACIP process. So we still need to wait for that process to go through, and then we can open up to all the category or the mixing and matching.
All right. Well, for those of you that, so if you've got a preference, you might need to wait it out if you want to mix and match. Otherwise, you should be able to go and get whatever the dominant vaccine cocktail is over at the place. Hey, I got to send you a video later on if it's all right. It's Sandra. It's our friend Sandra Regis, and she's got this weird thing. She's not vaccinated, but she's got magnets that can stick to her. Have you seen that?
It's been going around. I've been hearing about this. Sure, send it to me. I've heard about this. It's strange.
What do you hear? I mean, you're hanging out with public health professionals all the time. What are you hearing about that?
No, I've just been seeing the trend going around online. People, yeah.
Okay, go and find a real MD over at Public Health and ask him what's going on.
Yeah, sure, yeah. It's a strange phenomenon that I'm seeing online.
852.
So it's like all over TikTok.
852. Now, as much as I'm sitting around here being happily and voluntarily unvaccinated, we apparently are in a competition with the other territories. Washington, D.C., the actual White House, is now bending over backwards congratulating Puerto Rico for being #1 with vaccinations.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great. Yeah, we're seeing these smaller communities high vaccination rates as well. But, we also see other nations that have high vaccination rates. Israel is one of them. I've seen a few other areas that have high vaccination rates. Guam is one of them.
Apparently we're #2. We're #2 among the American territories. Puerto Rico is #1. And guys, I hate losing to Puerto Rico. So if you're just lazy, I mean, if you don't have any real hesitation or any issues, then get out there and get vaccinated. We've got to beat Puerto Rico at something.
Ray, I think we're just waiting for you so we can be #1.
You're so funny. You're cute and funny. The recent release that I got from you, and you're working late because it hit my email box at 11:44, guys. Shanella was working that late last night. Press release talking about how the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention are working with Health and Human Services. They're sending a team out to figure out what's going on with our DOAs and other anomalies with our COVID-19. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. Thanks for catching that. That's a release 16 minutes before the date deadline.
No. I know how hard you work. I know that there's a bunch of other people, maybe even people over at the governor's office that don't appreciate you. But Janella, I appreciate you. And when Mike St. Nicholas is the governor, I'm going to make sure you're back in charge of communications. All right.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
That's fine.
So yeah, we did reach out to the CDC and we asked for assistance to investigate these DOA, dead on arrival cases. As you know, we've been reporting DOA cases, and they still continue to be reported. In the JIC release, you'll notice that we are still seeing dead on arrival cases for COVID-19, and we're perplexed by this. And we want to dig further into these cases. There may be some speculation. We might have a guess as to why these are being reported or why they're occurring, but we want to know for sure, and we want to put a stop to it. Not just dead on arrival cases, but just all deaths, period, right? Of course. But, there may be something going on with dead on arrival? Is it, increased communication? Is it, something that needs to be done with regards to our health? Is it because, Guam has a higher rate of obesity, diabetes? Is there something that we?
Well, it could be all of the above. All of those things could conspire for all of that, including up to the awareness of the individual that they might actually have COVID-19 and that is having an impact on them. I know a lot of people that as soon as they were talking about blood oxygen monitors, went out and bought every single one that they had over at the Rexall, and my guess is that some of those stores maybe have been replenished, and people need to start thinking about keeping an eye on that if they have comorbidities.
Right, and so we've done what we could, and we're continuing to do that to spread that message of looking for pulse ox or looking for signs and symptoms. We have it in the JIC. Every time we issue a JIC release, it states don't wait until it's too late. We've done what we can in terms of messaging, and we're continuing to push that message. We've encouraged people to get a pulse ox. So, these measures are being done, these intervention tips. So, we're doing what we can. But is it enough? And what else can we do? And that's why we asked for assistance. And so we're fortunate in that they've responded to our needs, and they're sending out a team to assist us. So I'm not sure exactly when they're arriving, hopefully soon. And so they're going to augment our team in investigating these dead on arrival cases.
I'd love to meet them if you could arrange something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy D's Sunday afternoon.
Okay. I thought you meant for an interview.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, we can talk about that. We'll see what happens when they get here and how busy they are, right?
Yeah, sure.
Chanel, it's always fun talking to you. It really, really is. I hope you have a fantastic rest of the day. If there's anything else I can do to help to get the word out for you, let me know.
I will. Thank you, too, for the opportunity. Have a good day, Ray.
All right. Shout out to your hot sister. It's 8:57 and change. What, I got it every time, right? This is a fun show. This really is a fun show. The truth of the matter is, ratings, great. The advertising revenue, great. But the truth of the matter is, I have just a fantastic time. And it's so bizarre because every day this week I've walked in saying, I just don't know if I got it in me. Do I have another killer 4 hours of talk radio in me? And now look at this. 8:57 is I got another 63 minutes left in the program for the day. I guess I've answered that question. Although not short of any criticism around here, says Typhoon Ray, capital letters, Brett. Talk about anything but COVID. It's getting old. There has to be positive things on island to talk about. I just talked about Chanela. I just talked about we got people from CDC coming in. Hey, look, not everybody in the federal government is a weirdo. It's possible that there might be some people, you might be going, hey, I was playing Frisbee with this hot chick in a bikini, and she told me she was one of these people visiting from the CDC that wanted to talk about this DOA. You never know. You never know.
Your soulmate might be one of them, Ray.
Your soulmate could be among these CDC people that are coming in on Guam, but you're not going to know unless you know, unless you find out. So COVID-19, and there's this to be said about that as well. Because of COVID-19, and I gotta say this, there have been obviously some dark spots where we go, I didn't like the checkpoints. I didn't like it when they did that. I didn't like having to hide my beer when I was at the beach. I did it anyway, but I didn't like doing it. I don't like wearing a mask and all this other nonsense. But I'm perfectly capable of finding the silver linings, and among the silver linings is if I can't go to a bar or restaurant for a happy hour, I'm still gonna live. And I tell you what, it's gotten me into a habit, into a little groove in my life where I now want to go and find as many different places and as many different people to hang out with. And some of them are in the same situation. Some of them are, we're hanging out at the same places because we can't get into our regular happy hour places. And I made a bunch of new friends that way. But there's also the thing about where there are vaccinated people going, I just, I need to feel like I got to get back to nature. So, yeah, I'm walking around Tumon a lot more. That's where people are getting their exercise. You get some of the other ones that put on the yoga pants, and some guys, you look great in yoga pants. Others, just saying, but we see out there, running and getting more exercise and sunshine wherever you can. So, those are the positive sides of this disaster that is COVID-19. I'm not going to look back and say those were the best times of my life, but they weren't the worst either. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up right here on the Devil's radio station. I'm just kidding. On the point.
This is a Fox News alert. More boosters approved. I'm Lisa Lacera. The FDA has given the okay for boosters for the Johnson & Johnson and Moderna COVID shots, and has also said it's okay to mix brands of boosters. The decision still needs the approval of the CDC. This is the White House prepares for CDC approval of COVID shots for kids as young as 5.
Pending the CDC's decision, we'll ship about 15 million doses out nationwide in those next few days, with millions more going out each and every week.
White House COVID response coordinator Jeff Zients, an FDA panel is expected to take up the issue next month. New clues as the FBI continues to search for Brian Laundrie, a person of interest in the death of his girlfriend Gabby Petito.
FBI special agent in charge out of Tampa, Michael McPherson, did not confirm an ID, but did say the items found nearby were
personal items, such as a backpack and notebook belonging to Brian Laundrie. These items were found in an area that up until recently have been underwater.
Supporters of Gabby Petito were on hand and chanted justice for Gabby after the remarks. Brian Laundrie's parents, who had been at the site helping in the search, have not commented. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
President Biden in his birthplace of Scranton, Pennsylvania this afternoon, pushing his Build Back Better plan.
In the Build Back Better plan, I got more money for passenger rail than the entire Amtrak system cost to begin with. We're going to change the nation in a big way.
Democrats have been trying to reach a consensus on the cost of the plan and what items will be included, with progressives yesterday saying it will be smaller than the $3.5 trillion originally proposed. They're optimistic they'll have a deal by the end of the week. The bill has no support from Republicans. America is listening to Fox News.
There's so much that's new with the Eat Fresh, Refresh at Subway restaurants that we can't possibly fit it all into one radio spot, but I'm gonna try. There are amazing new toppings like hickory smoked bacon, bacon, and smashed avocado. Try your favorite sub on the new breads like the hearty multigrain wheat or the artisan Italian white bread. Not to mention Subway's thicker, juicier steak. That's all I have time for. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Only at Subway.
Hafaday, konnichiwa, patois.
Ciao. Enter for a chance to win the 76 Circle K World Cuisine Giveaway. Be one of 3 lucky winners to win a passport of free food from around the world at over 15 different local restaurants. Just stop by any 76 Circle K, purchase $35 or more in fuel to get an entry form. Drive by today and taste the world with 76 Circle K's World Cuisine Giveaway. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more details. Some conditions apply. Circle K, take it easy.
New York City has announced a new COVID vaccine mandate for city employees.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio says all city workers must be vaccinated against COVID-19 or be put on unpaid leave. That includes municipal workers, firefighters, and police officers.
460 law enforcement officers have been lost to COVID nationwide.
City employees will no longer be able to submit to regular testing as an alternative to getting the shot. And workers who get their first dose by October 29th will get a $500 bonus in their paychecks. The move got pushback from the Police Benevolent Association, a major police union that said they would fight the mandate in court. In New York City, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Southwest Airlines says it will let employees who are not vaccinated against COVID-19 to keep working past early December instead of putting them on unpaid leave if they seek an exemption on medical or religious grounds. And the request has not yet been processed or approved. The company says those who are not vaccinated must follow all CDC and company guidance until their accommodation has been processed. An elite private college in Massachusetts is ending so-called legacy admissions.
Kids of parents who went to Amherst College will no longer be given preferential treatment for admissions. The idea being every student should get in based solely on their own qualifications, and that kids from different backgrounds should not have a harder time getting in. Supporters of legacy admissions say it helps with fundraising and keeping alumni engaged. And Amherst President Biddy Martin says those applicants are often among the most qualified anyway. The school has around 1,850 undergrads with an acceptance rate this year of 8.5%. Chris Foster, Fox News.
A federal judge has ordered R&B star R. Kelly to stand trial in Chicago on child porn and obstruction of justice charges next year after the scheduled sentencing for his conviction on sex trafficking charges in New York. Kelly remains jailed in New York. He faces up to life in prison in that case. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Fall in love with your new home this season by shopping Furniture Kathy Style's unbelievable deals. We've brought in new items and restocked on our bestsellers to help you get your home ready for the holiday. We offer free design consultation and financing with up to 12 months of zero interest for you to get what you want and what you need for your home today. Follow us on social media, visit our website at FurnitureKathyStyle.com, or call us at 300-9590 for more information. If you're not buying from us, you're paying too much.
It's 6 after 9. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Longhorn. It's generic for steak, everybody. Somebody said, what do you want to eat? Steak. Where do you want to go? There's only one place to go now, and it is Longhorn. Go find them. It's over by where the Chili's was. The real old school guys. Okay. It's where Doc Camacho's dentistry used to be. Now, it might be close. I think I'm close on that piece of property. I think that's where Dr. Camacho's, where I used to get. That's where former Governor Carlos Camacho had the dental business back in the day. And I remember I was supposed to get braces. I saw the guys over at Longhorn are going, and you're going to talk about our steaks, right? Yeah, in a minute. But I went. We were all going to go get braces. And back in the olden days, if you were going to get braces, they'd kind of look at your teeth and say, okay, we need to make room for the teeth to get straight. So kid doesn't need this tooth and that tooth or those four. And they'd go in, and we did mass extractions. And the day that I was supposed to go in and get my mass extraction so that I could get braces, Dr. Camacho looks and said, actually, his teeth are pretty straight. The kid doesn't need braces. So I never got the extractions, and I never ended up getting the braces, which was weird. You know, kid growing up on Guam in the middle of the 1970s, no braces. All of my classmates, my sister had braces. Everybody I know had braces except me, and the poor kids who just had jacked up teeth. You know. Some, it's never too late, guys. Just FYI. 8 after 9 o'clock in the morning. So I was telling you about Longhorn. Go to Longhorn. You're going to love the items on the menu there. If you don't know what they are, find their Facebook page, which is Longhorn Steakhouse Guam at Facebook. They got a filet. In fact, it's so good they named it after somebody that works there. Flo's Filet. They've got chop steak, but not the way that you and I are used to chop steak. They got ribeyes, New York strip, Renegade sirloin, prime rib, fire-grilled T-bones, and I love this. I'm looking at the price for the T-bones there. That's cheaper than a raw one in the grocery store. Just saying, it's a great value, great flavor at Longhorn Steakhouse.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
How do you get on food stamp? Dude, I'm just... How do you do that? I want to get on that.
You don't qualify, man.
I want to get on that because, then I can eat good steaks.
You can.
Dude, I went by the place yesterday. Dude, bar, tell him.
What you need is friends with the card, man.
Is that the way that works?
Yeah.
Okay. I went by the place yesterday, and I was looking at a T-bone, and it looked back at me and said, "You can have me for $45." Wow. I remember when I just gotten my own place. And I just got my own place and had a nice barbecue. My dad bought me a barbecue grill, and he says, "Son, learn how to make a roast on a barbecue grill." Really, Pop? Yeah. And so I went and I got a roast. I got a roast, and I read up on recipes for grilling roasts, and I thought, okay, I might be able to do something like this. And then I saw the price of the roast, and I thought, all right, don't screw this up. Don't mess up the cooking of this, because otherwise you're going to have 10 or $15 wreck that you might not even be able to make sandwiches out of. Now, I think that same roast at today's prices, it probably sent me back about $30 for something like that. The prices of meat are just out of this world. And it seems to me the only people that can afford it, you get the food stamp people, they're over there with the steaks, and then you get everybody else that's not food stamps. I'm buying the little bulgogi strips of pork chops.
Yeah.
Those are good.
The thin cuts.
Yeah, get those. It's a little trick. You slice up the food as many slices as you can. It looks like a lot of food. That's the trick here. But yeah, I'm getting a whole bunch of those. I get the drumsticks. Can't afford the whole chicken. just get the drumsticks.
Get the two left legs.
It's weird because that might actually be the best deal on protein going these days. Is what you're going to find in the pork and the chicken section over at the grocery store. 9:11 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until 10 o'clock this morning, and want to say thanks to everybody. I don't know. I was not experiencing any issues with Facebook freezing this morning, but apparently for some people it has. In fact, Cause Endo hit me up with a story. Maybe you've seen it as well. Facebook is talking about changing their name. Even Jerry Roberts sent me a link that said the same thing. They're talking about changing their name. And Kaz, because he's a creative guy, good advertising buddy of mine, says they should change it to Freezebook, because apparently that's what it was doing for him today. So a bunch of people went from Facebook over to YouTube, and the YouTube guys are having as much of a good time as you would imagine. They're having some fun on the YouTube side. I don't know what it is about the YouTube size. Maybe it's the built-in dark thing that they've got going on there. But there's all kinds of people. Great conversation. Pam Duvall says Kim Kardashian resembles King Akhenaton. I don't know who that is. Mike Dolash online. Sandra Seau or Regis is there. Elvis Kanata and Enrico B. And there it is. He says, went to Longhorn Steakhouse for Rico Jr.'s birthday. The ribeye melts in your mouth. He says, Berry Masarap. Masarap.
Show off.
Do you know what's masarap?
Yes.
Yes, that's Filipino language for it's very good. And so if it's not good, then it's masaray.
Okay.
Yeah, so masarap, masaray.
Masarap.
And you look at the girl and you say, maganda. Ganda ka. You're very beautiful.
You're making me miss the Philippines.
I know.
Man.
Ain't nobody. Who else is playing around? Sandra says, laugh out loud. Can't afford the whole chicken. Boney Dog tomorrow says, let's go, Brandon. That's why everything is the way it is now. Howard wants to call it Bookface. I like MySpace because you can put music on your page. Oh my God, back in the olden days. The problem was with that is it's very unforgiving. We messed around with a MySpace at the radio station at the time, and all of the cool things that you wanted to be able to put up, glittery fonts and music and things like that, you would have to cut and paste some kind of code into, and more often than not, the code wasn't necessarily tweakable to that particular page. So you could have the glittery fonts and things like that, but it pushed off your graphics, or you could actually see some of the code behind it, and it looked kind of clunky and unprofessional, which is one of the reasons why a lot of people got out. Colin Clark said, had to switch this morning. Nathan says, oh, this is my work account, so I better watch what I say. There's Booney Dog tomorrow. Form a Nigerian prince. I'd like to be. YouTube is the fun channel, it says, and Sarita Garin It says the steaks on base are cheaper and the quality is better. Sarita, that may be true. But, you know, the same way that I don't get the foot stamp, I don't get to go shop on base. I don't get to go shop on base. Every once in a while, I'll get this from somebody who said, hey, dude, I can buy your tomahawk steak on base, bro. No problem. It's good quality meat. Comes from cows. American cows. You want that? And I'll say yes, and then the guy will say, okay, well, give me $50 and I'll get it for you. Now, real Joe, you and I have known each other for a long time. Have you ever seen me carry anything more than about $5 in cash at any one time in my life?
Never.
I feel like a sultan. Today, I've got $11 on me.
Well, you're dangerous, man.
I got $11 on me. I've got $1 in quarters because the PDN wasn't at the gas station when I got there, and then there's two $5 bills that are left over from something I can't remember. I might have found it. I might have found the money. I don't know. But that's you know, you can entice me. I might be one of those guys. I get that every once in a while. Hey, Ray, you want a bigger TV? And I go, yeah, I do. Okay, well, give me $300. I'll go get you a 64-inch LG, Brett. Super smart TV. You want that? Yeah, I want that. I don't have the money to give it to you right now. How about you buy it for me, and then I'll pay you back. And then I never see those guys again. I don't get those offers anymore. 9:15 in the morning, 888-8255. That's 671-888-8255. And TALK if you're keeping track of all of that. Is it time for me to talk to Dr. Ron McNitch?
It is.
Making a big deal in the newspaper about how it's possible that there was at least one election. If I'm reading this right, there was at least one election that we had once upon a time where somebody was able to get in with really an astonishing low number of votes. There it is. In 2018, there was a major controversy over the partisan primary. 4 Democrat teams battled it out, taking almost 26,000 votes, and the Republicans coasted into the general election with just under 3,200 votes. And that's the danger in having a primary election here on Guam, isn't it, Doc? Good morning.
Hey, Hump Day, Ray, Hump Day, Guam. Yeah, that's it. The same thing happened in 1998. We had several candidate teams, 4 candidate teams vying for governor, and really the real race was at the Democrat level, and nobody voted in the Republican primary, you know, just a handful of votes in the Republican side. And everybody knew there were plenty of Republicans who would have voted Republican if they had been required to vote Republican. And they're playing around in the Democrat side of the ballot. The problem with this is I don't think the Organic Act allows partisan or even general primaries for the governor or delegates race.
I know how to fix that, and that is next time they do one, let's take it to court.
Well, I don't even think we should wait to take it to court. I think that any interested party, even right now, could simply go after it and have it knocked out well before next year's race.
310 days to prove the point here for those of you that are keeping track of between now and the primary election, if it were to take place for him. We know that Mike St. Nicholas has some thoughts about putting his hat in the ring and trying to take Guadalupe away from Governor Lulian Guerrero. I'm hearing stories about candidates from among the Republicans, but I don't know that any of them have that kind of luster, political capital, and the capabilities of doing it kind of on their own. So it might be one of these where, you get the Republicans that will sit it out. We'll throw in a couple of names for governor and lieutenant governor, but we're going to sit it out and help Mike St. Nicholas, as an example, take over Lou's job.
Or there are any other number of dynamics. And by the way, this isn't really about Mike St. Nicholas, just as about it happens on the delegates side of the race and the governor's side of the race. And the public have a right to vote at a general election on a candidate of their choice.
Okay.
The partisan primary election artificially narrows that choice level. So really it's an individual voter's right to vote for whomever they want. It's not so much, and it's also the ability of the candidate to be able to run fairly against other candidates without these interfering, kinds of factors. And in fact, if you look at the Virgin Islands has a pretty good system. And if you watch the Virgin Islands election calendar, they've already scheduled their 2022 runoff election for governor. because that we have the same Organic Act as Virgin Islands. And my other point in the article today was, since we've divided everybody up into all these little Mickey Mouse boards and agencies and things like that, nobody seems to be able to enforce any laws at all.
I thought that was interesting to the degree that it might need a little bit of a little bit more than what you put into the article here today, maybe by way of example, because you were saying that the legislature, in attempts to be able to corral the powers of the governor, have actually made it easier for the governor to be able to, any governor, to be able to pull off gubernatorial shenanigans.
And it might work on both sides. But I think the other point in general is, right now it's hard for the legislature to hold any agency accountable, really. It used to be that everything fell under the governor, and the governor, under unity of authority, was held responsible for everything. And because of the way they've diced everything up, it's not that way anymore. The governor simply doesn't have the kind of power the governor's office formerly had to really put things into order when they needed to be put into order. And that, I don't know if that was such a good thing. I think it hurt in a way.
I don't know. I mean, and you've been around for a while, and long enough. I think you've been here long enough to remember when the Attorney General was a cabinet member of the administration, and oftentimes that position could be weaponized by a governor as opposed to working for all of the people. Now, I worked for Adelup. I worked for the governor.
Well, an easy example would be open government law or freedom of information requests. And so when you turn in, who enforces those? Well, it takes an individual citizen to actually enforce those kinds of laws. The government doesn't even enforce its own laws quite often. It takes a private citizen to do that. And you would think that the government would want to follow its own laws, and it simply doesn't quite often. That's why people have to go to court. That's why I send emails occasionally to Senator Klitsky. He had to take a whole agency to court just to get simple information, and the government shouldn't work that way. Boards like the ones that Senator Klitsky was opposing should be able to be told by the governor, you are going to follow the law under the principle of unity of authority.
Yeah.
And that's one example, and there are other examples too. And then the whole other thing, there's this. Nationally, it's not just on Guam. There's a whole tension between powers of governors and powers of the federal government and powers of individual legislatures and things like that are actually quite dynamic and deserve good attention. But I'm mainly talking about really basic things that aren't even related to, I'm talking elections that are in federal statute that, for whatever reason, I tried to research it. Some of the documents that I tried to research are kind of in hidden files somewhere that aren't on the internet. But I'm not sure exactly how far back the partisan election goes for delegate and for governor. And I think it could just be a vestigial or holdover practice. That's the way they've always done it. And because that's the way they've always done it, they keep doing it.
Well,
And,
could the? I don't see any reason why, other than the free ride that the parties get from the taxpayers, to do it that way and build up a little bit more rah opportunities for our guys as you get into and out of the the political season and the hype that comes along with it. You get the undercard, and then you've got the main event, and there's might be a lot of people in that have got a vested interest in the game not to want to get rid of the undercard and just have a main event.
yeah, I think the 2020 election showed that a runoff system works just fine. I think we had a runoff for the delegate position the way it should have been. It should have been that way for years and years and years. And interestingly enough, and I talk about this, with my classes, in 1947, there was a draft Organic Act. This is before the 1949-1950 Organic Act. There was a draft Organic Act, and the U.S. Congress, in its bill, had a delegate to Congress. They called it a resident commissioner. Resident commissioners are for, like, Puerto Rico, and they're 4-year terms rather than 2-year terms. and they're the delegate to Congress. And so all the way back in 1947, the Congress was going to give Guam a voice in the U.S. Congress. And then when the Organic Act basically went through its political process, that was later dropped. And then in the late 60s, early 70s, the delegate to the Congress, as well as the elected governor, were added to the Organic Act. And so these are fairly new concepts in the Organic Act. It wasn't in the original Organic Act in 1950. But it's interesting, if you look at the 1950 Organic Act, the amount of forward thinking that went into the Organic Act is just incredible. There was no discrimination on Guam. That preceded federal policy by at least 14 or 15 years. There was all these other neat concepts that existed really hardly anywhere else at the federal level in the United States. And so we have a lot to be proud of in that regard.
Yeah, and they say much that needs to change if we ever got around to redoing the Organic Act or God forbid, another constitutional process. 9:25 in the morning, and my money is maybe among the lasting legacies of former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez when he was the chair of the Constitutional Convention on Guam back in the late 70s. One of these days, taking that Constitution, as you and he have pointed out for years, using that as a framework, repatriate it back to the government and use that as a framework for Guam moving forward in our relationship with the federal government and the other states and territories. 9:25, Ron. It's always interesting talking with you.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, Gutierrez did all this wonderful work on a constitution when he was in his 30s. What happened to us, Ray? I mean,
oh my God! It's the politics of it. He had an interest in doing it. There were a bunch of other people that sat through the Constitutional Convention, and they thought that they had something. And it's like one guy derailed it, and it probably had more to do with the fact that it was Carl's Constitution than anything else. And we can get into the kind of politics and strong arm Republican politics out there that said, well, if it's going to be good for Carl, it ain't going to be good for us. So let's find a way to destabilize that and keep it destabilized for 2 generations.
Yeah, I think that we can have some order. And that Constitution draft has some really good things in it. I mean, the amount of neat thought that went into that whole process. I mean, the people who served on that Constitution Commission deserve a lot of credit. We did it one time, the Congress passed it. The U.S. Virgin Islands has tried 5 times to get a version past the U.S. Congress has never been able to.
Well, and that's where we are. It's old school politics, and unfortunately, it has gone on for so long and been away from the forefront for so long that it would take a whole hell of a lot to revive it. And to a degree, I think many of the interests of the people have changed over all of the years. So even among the activists that might not have supported it at the time might have other views that would require inclusion. With the kind of political correctness that we've got in 2021 and the Chamorro version of critical race theory, I wonder if we could use that Constitution as a starting point, or whether we've got to rewrite it all to show how bad we were treated by the Spanish and the Americans, and how our sole survivors were actually the Japanese. We just didn't know it at the time. Devon, I got to go. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, have a great day. Thanks.
I will. I'm gonna have a great day, because perspective. That's why. Perspective. It occurred to us watching the sunset from the rainy beach last night that there was not going to be much of a sunset. But I said, hey, let's catch the lightning strikes. Let's do that. And so, it's one of those things where you sit there with the camera and you go, okay. How about now? You take a picture. No. Put it in video mode, guys. Put it in video mode, and then when it's all done, you're going to have some great flashes. Pick your favorite. You just scroll through it, pick your favorite, grab a few frames of it, and put it in slow motion. That's the sound effect, by the way. Would you like a recording of that? Okay, press record now. Put that behind your animation and stick that up on the screen. Come on, I'll make you famous. 9:30 in the morning. This is supposed to be the small talk portion of the program. And did we do any small talk?
No.
I got an invitation from a guy that wants to take me shopping on base.
Nice.
I might take him up on that.
Those short shorts on base, right?
Yes.
You may never leave.
I need some new ones. I got my friend Dennis got me a pair of Silkies.
Oh yeah,
but they're mediums. And dude,
you want a small?
I don't want to. I'm not going to say that changed my life, but let me just because you get a lot of you get running shorts or whatever. You get these basketball shorts, beach shorts, whatever. They all pale in comparison. Number one, in terms of comfort, to the Silkies. Now, I'm not going to say that they're like panties for men, but I'm going to tell you that they're unbelievably comfortable. No, I mean, they're originally for, working out for the, guys in the military, Navy, to work out in. And so they look great because they're generally split on the sides or low on the sides. And so that would be among the first things that I've got. I've got a desire, for no other reason, because I saw a Facebook video, or was it a YouTube video, on Instapots. Recipes. I think it was Facebook. There were YouTube. They were side by side in a YouTube thing. It was talking about recipes for air fryers. Been there, done that. And then recipes for Instapots. And the great thing about the Instapot is it's got a setting. Many of the good ones have got a setting for sous vide. Real Joe. See, I got
that's fancy, Ray.
It is fancy. If you don't know what the concept is, it's basically taking really good meat. I mean, we're paying top dollar for good meat these days, and then doing a process of very, very slow cooking. And then throwing it onto a fire and getting a good crust or a good char on the outside, just enough, right? You take the thing, and it should be one of those where you buy cheap meat and do the sous vide thing with it, and then all of a sudden it's like, dude, is this filet mignon? Is this prime rib? It's melting in my mouth. This is like butter to my face. Is that what's happening? No, it's a sous vide recipe. So there's that. So I could think about going to the base and relieving them of one of those Instapot creations. Now, I know you want me to take a break, but I'm not going to. Right now, I'm going to put on screen my buddy Joe, and he and I have been friends since before first grade. Like when they first taught me to swim at USO, we'd go there for summer camp and stuff. Be like 4 or 5 years old. Joe and guys like him, Joe Sands and Dennis Canotis are like some of the first people whose faces I remembering. And Joe, of course, because Joe Sands' hair, it's the same. The guy came in with a G.I. Joe buzz cut, back in the 60s.
Yeah.
And is always, even in the disco years, kind of modified it for disco. But anyway, so Joe sent me this picture. And you might be going, well, it's an interesting picture. Is that sunrise or sunset? Is that a little bit of lens flare in the camera? But according to Joe, and it's not the moon. So we've got one big bright body in the sky, and right next to it is another bright big body in the sky. Now, I don't know why this has turned into a weird version of the program where we're talking about women that are literally magnetic and different kinds of cosmic bodies being seen from the skies. Now, he believes that it might be an image of a star in our galaxy actually exploding, which is supposed to be seen from space. And he's asked me if I could get with my connects to sort out what the story is behind this picture of Guam and our skyline. It is not lens flare. What are those two things up in the sky? Real Joe, any guesses?
Supernova. Pretty sure it's a supernova. Right?
I'm thinking it's because most things that I am pondering these days that I can't come up with a common sense, logical answer. It's the devil. It's Lucifer. It's the Antichrist in our midst. And who knows? Maybe that's the ultimate conspiracy theory that we're talking about these days. What is it that Claire Calvo said? All of these conspiracy theories are just turning out later on to be spoilers. Wouldn't it be interesting if all of these things are going on right now because they are Armageddon end of days? And now I better take a break. I'll be right back.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Over the past 5 years, confidential data and network breaches have doubled for small and large businesses, resulting in huge financial loss. At GTA, our multi-threat security bundle is a cost-effective solution monitored by our team of experts, ready to detect known malware and stop new evolving cyber threats before entering your network.
Protect your business with confidence and call 671-644-1000 or visit gta.net/enterprise. GTA, we start with you.
Oh, that's sweet. Dennis is going to get me. He's actually at Naval Base right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
DB?
Yeah. He's NBG. Yeah. NBG?
NBG.
It's like we call the Bonifacio Global City, the BGC. Yeah, we have NBG here today. So, yeah, Smalls, bro. 935. What? Dude, perpetrate.
Smalls.
Oh, what are you doing? It's so funny there. Portions of the program brought to you by my friends over at Pyology. I love Pyology. I loved Pyology the second I walked in, and I got it. I got it. Somebody said, okay, you know what? You can build your own, which I like. I don't like people telling me what I have to have, and I'm the kind of guy that's like, wow, can you take out the onions in those pizzas? And they go, yeah. And you can just go there and you get your favorite crust and your favorite sauces, your favorite cheese. And if you don't want onions or bell peppers or any of those things that your parents forced you to eat when you were a kid is the reason why you are the way you are today, then you can tell them to leave that. You don't even put them on. You just do everything else but those four things over there, never on my pizza. What kind of meat you want? They got a bunch of different kinds of meat, and the cool thing is they're really tight with the community, so they'll do like fundraisers and things like that on a nighttime. So ask them for information on all about that and building your favorite pizzas to go, your favorite pies to go, or whatever from Pyology.
Guam Auto Spot has the best selection in Buick, GMC, Mitsubishi, and used cars like the 2021 Mitsubishi Mirage, starting at $127 per paycheck, 0 down. Call 671-478-AUTO to take a test drive or get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com.
Thank you. 936. And this just in, Maine, you know, the flyover state, will soon start recalling vanity license plates with bad words on them.
Oh, man, it's changing now.
Yeah, well, it's politically correct. You know, you gotta protect people that are easily offended around here, and there's a growing number of people that, ooh, look what I saw. I saw something. Look, I could infer that to mean anything, because it can mean anything. It must be a bad word. So we're going to take that out. If you are listening and you are in Maine, and you'd still like to have a kind of a rascally, salty license plate, may I encourage you to invest in a English to Tomorrow dictionary, because there are no better naughty words than the naughty words that we have in Chamorro. How do I know? Well, I've often been described in Chamorro as picaru. Picaru. And somebody will say, oh, does that mean you're perverted? No, it just means that I'm picaru. It's a hard kind of it's a hard word to decide. I don't know that there is an English word that translates picaru the way that I think it is meant around here. You know, and so that's where we are. But there's a lot of other words. I was trying to. There was a guy walked in we were at a thing, and a guy believe it or not, walks in with a shirt, and it's a shirt from a fashion outfit. You've seen it down at Duty Free, right? BEBE.
Oh yeah.
Oh Oh, yeah.
Catches
And
my attention every time.
Every single time. And the guy's walking around like, oh, yeah, look at everybody. Look at my shirt. It must be cool because I got big muscles and stuff like that. And we're all laughing at him until he says, what are you laughing at? And we explained to him what that word meant in Chamorro. And he immediately took it off in a word inside out. In 20 minutes, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. My very close friend and personal friend, Jack, is on the line. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning, Raymond. How are you doing today?
Frisky. Pikachu frisky.
I know. I just heard Ron speaking, and, it's always just one side of the story with him. He forgets, but I remember this guy wrote an opinion piece back in the 90s about how his class came up with the Constitution within 1 hour. So you and I are products of the Cold War.
True.
And people don't remember that the USSR had a constitution also, and by word, it was much better than the U.S. Constitution. We have over 200 countries around here with constitution. So the problem is, it's not we don't have a constitution. The problem is we don't have a political philosophy to guide us from day in, day out, link our past to our present to our future. The Constitution doesn't do that. Now, if you studied histories of Constitution, you would know that because the groundwork has and always been, as it's been argued in the beginning, you have to answer the self-determination question first. You have to constitute a people before you can have a constitution. So you need to make one out of many. You need to do that first. The Constitution doesn't do that. No Constitution does that. No Constitution does that. And and what happens when you forget your past?
You're doomed to repeat it. I know the answer to that one. I get that one because ask anybody with that's working on a third divorce. Fourth divorce,
well,
whatever.
With the change of genders, like I told you, man, you have maybe 7 or 8 good ones left in you. the cancer ain't going to kill you, dude.
the gender options, right? I got you. 941. It's crazy talk. I can't disagree with that. I think that there's a lot that goes into it. But as far as constitutions go, I'm glad that you and I live under this Constitution and some of the things that it provides for, and the, as they say, inalienable rights. And I like that part. It's one of my favorite closers whenever I get into an argument on freedoms, guns, etc., with people that aren't from the United States of America, that cannot grasp the concept of an inalienable right that says that you and I have the right to bear arms. We have the right to free speech. We have the right to gather. And it is most cumbersome these days with as many people, just because we've got a pandemic, that are willing to give up many of those rights. And they think it's temporary.
And here's the thing is that it doesn't matter you, me, or Ron, or Bob. We all stand on the shoulders of giants, meaning that people before us had set the groundwork. And, they didn't expect us to be scholarly in it, but they expected us at least to learn and to understand our past and understand why, we have certain absolute truths. And like you said, the base is of those truths are inalienable. So, unless you have that groundwork, if your first intro into policy and governments is critical race theory, you're on the wrong footing. If your first instinct is Marxism, or your first instinct is, well, let's tinker, and that's what Ron reminds me of. Ron reminds me of back in the old days when we used to have driver cars, and remember we had that equalizer in the car with like 20 bands on it, and we set it. It took us about a day to set it to the way we liked it.
Correct.
And then we had a coworker come in. You went out to put gas in the car. You come in, and all of it has changed.
Who messed with my EQ?
And you say, we're not copacetic.
Well,
I'm not taking you to work anymore.
In 943, there's the great equalizer story here, and this people that have decent ears will understand this. Yeah, we all had that one car in our lives with the sweet equalizer in it. I think mine was.
Well, we had to put ours in ourselves because they didn't come in built. You had
Oh
to
no,
buy it and
I had
install
one.
it
I had one that came with the car. It was a 1982 Celica GT that I used to drive around. Had the CIA license plate in the front of it. Cops hated me. But anyway, so I drove that around. It had an equalizer built into it, and you're right. It had about 10 or 15 bands on it. But here's the thing. I mean, you tweak up that sound for the tape that you're listening to right now, and then somebody else comes in with a tape with different iron oxide formulation or different songs or different source material on it, and you'd have to tweak it again just for that tape because everything is different. And there's a truism in life about that. And up on the screen, just for James Howard to do some investigation, I do have that the picture of the Guam Vista, low clouds in the hills, looking out at a couple of things up in the sky. One of them doesn't look like it belongs there. But anyway, back to you.
Yeah, but anyways, this is the history of Ron. Most of the solutions involve tinkering, which is really a strong point for Americans because groundwork Americans are pragmatic, but it's also problematic because they don't get at the root of the problem. They just look at a problem and say, oh, I see how you fix this. You can do that with a car or something like that, but when you start getting involved in political and social and economic factors that involve people's emotions or people's beliefs, then you run into a big problem.
I can't disagree with it. And unfortunately, what it ends up meaning is that you and I are going to be disappointed for the rest of our lives with the number of people out there, and I call them tweakers or twitchers is the word that I use for them that cannot be satisfied with whatever's in front of their face, and they insist on twitching and tweaking it until they've got the thing right. And as you say, any number of other factors can dislodge and jolt that. But I'm tired of talking about Ron McNinch. Let's talk about something else.
I'm still unvaxxed, though.
Yeah, well, so am I. I worry though that I'm running out of options. At some point, I'm going to. In fact, I thought it was coming the other day. I mean, I still need to sell advertising to keep the lights on around here, and I was invited by a sponsor to go and enjoy lunch and talk about the possibilities of campaigns in the remainder of the next fiscal year. And he invited me to a pretty fancy place to go and discuss all of this stuff, and I couldn't go. I turned him down. I said, I can't. I gotta get vaxxed. But at some point, people are going to become insistent.
Well, let me ask you this question, Raymond. Let me ask you this question.
Yes, Jack.
Did you ever think that it will come in a point in your life in medicine when it comes to vaccination that the formula they would use is something like in the realms of, remember the clothing Garanimals? Just mix and match it. Yeah, that works for child clothing. You can mix the lion with the leopard or the monkey or the bird, but in the real life it doesn't work.
So you are echoing.
Never in my life that when we talk about childhood vaccination and mandatory vaccination, that we're going to appeal to the Garanimal scheme.
Did you already have the Pfizer? Did you try the Moderna? It tastes like grape. It tastes like grape. It's like drinking soju now. Where it used to be you could buy soju and that's what it tastes like. It was soju. But now you buy soju and it tastes like what do we got here? We're gonna make this cucumber and watermelon. And we're gonna force those two flavors together, and you're going to like it because that's the way it is. Have you drank any of the seltzers that are coming out? You take a look at those and you're good. This is the generation that grew up on these fun packs of drinks where they took all these different fruits and put them all together. I'm not down for that, as it were. And when they said that they were looking at the opportunities to be able to mix and match all of them, then I said, well, what that doesn't seem to be right. Are they different things? Can I put unleaded gas in the same tank as the leaded gas? Do you know what I mean?
Or the diesel.
Can I put diesel? And what if I took out and put a little bit more alcohol in the gasoline to thin it out? I mean, can I do something like? I don't know what the limits are on those kinds of things.
But to be honest with you, John Deere did come out with a farm equipment back in the early or the late 1890s that did take either like oil from cooking oil. It did take a variety of. Didn't matter what kind of fuel you had, it would run. But that it didn't run great, but it ran.
Yeah, well, is that the same theory? Yeah, is that the same theory with the mixing and matching of COVID-19? That's interesting.
Who would have thought that we would take it from the Garanimals, from the McDonald's mix and match menu? That's how our health guidelines and our vaccination will come down to. Not in my lifetime, man. But you're gonna miss me with all that nonsense, and yeah. I'll do me, man. You guys do you.
No,
and,
absolutely, absolutely.
You try to say that this thing is the again. If I hear the pandemic of the unvax, I'm just gonna lose it. But I'm getting
so the only reason why I say pandemic of the unvaxxed now, and I'm going to be very honest with you, is because it was such a poorly worded phrase, and even the people we had Nate Berg on the radio talking about it yesterday, and saying, well, that's not, they don't mean it to be the insult or the pejorative that it is, and that's the case now. They're walking back from it. Then I'm going to throw it in their face every day. Pandemic of the unvaxxed, when you all know damn good and well that it's not the pandemic of the unvaxxed. It's the pandemic of the unhealthy, and we have looked the other way on this for far too many generations, and now we've got a disease that's out there that's killing people because we have trained them away from being able to take care of their diets and their lifestyles.
Yeah, well, politics ruins everything, and when it gets involved with your health care and your choices and the way you live and stuff like that, then it's just gone too far. And then they start mandating these things with no signs behind it. They had signs, but once the signs turned against them, they just brushed it away.
Yeah, 10 away from the top of the hour. Jack, I'm going to let you run. We'll take the last break of the program. Okay. I'm going to kill the show with a little bit more. This is far too serious for a Thursday. You'd almost get it out of your system now, because tomorrow's Friday. No frowny face Friday, and see if I might have to do a rerun on Gayest Shirt in the Closet, or I don't know. Dennis is shopping over at the Naval Base Guam. Maybe find something.
Find him something nice for tomorrow.
No. Here's the deal. Okay, in my head right now is a plan, and that is I need a picture of you, not necessarily you, real Joe. I'm just saying you, but I mean whoever's listening. I need a picture of you with your Gayest Shirt in the closet. Huh? What do you say? Come on, we can do this. It's a team thing. Write that down. Remind me that's what we're going to be going for tomorrow. It's 9:51. Ray Gibson Show. After these.
Great news, Guam! Chili's 2 for Dining is back. Enjoy a full-on meal deal made for 2 for just $35. Start with 2 Coca-Cola beverages, an appetizer to share, and 2 mouth-watering entrees like the sizzling personal fajitas, the mouth-watering honey chipotle steak and shrimp, or Chili's world-famous fall-off-the-bone baby back ribs. Available for a limited time. Dine in today or call 648-7377 to place to-go orders. Chili's is located on the 2nd floor of Tuman Sands Plaza. Chili's. Savor the moment.
Contact Express Financial for all your financial needs. Express Financial is consumer lending at its very best. They also have a host of dealer service programs with quick approvals. There are 3 ways to apply. Over the phone at 637-9834. You may visit their office in person at 600 Harmon Loop Road across the street from Costules. Or you can also visit their webpage and apply at myexpressfinancial.com. In most cases, you'll get your money the same day.
As we get back to business, Docomo Pacific is ready to keep you connected. Introducing Business Bundles Plus. Build a customized bundle with the right internet, mobile, TV, and phone plan for your business. Pay for exactly what you need and nothing you don't. And the more services you add, the more you save. Plus, you can rely on Docomo Pacific's fastest, most reliable network and 24/7 customer support. So build your own bundle and save today with Business Bundles Plus. Call 671-688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
All right, Nate Orn. I got it. Nate, apparently he's got a Gayest Shirt in the closet that he really would like to show off. He says, but the WhatsApp, Ray, the WhatsApp is down. You've been hacked by somebody in the WhatsApp. Who thought that WhatsApp would be hackable? All right, everybody knows you can send it to us on the Points Facebook thing, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, and so, or just send it to me. You follow me now, Ray Gibson, just regular Ray Gibson on Facebook. Go ahead and send it to me that way. Might take a couple extra steps, and I'm lazy, so I'm just saying it's not going to happen fast.
So you're going to have to make a whole new WhatsApp for us?
Well,
Can you?
I don't know. Well, obviously I can.
Change the number?
But I like our number.
I do, too.
I grew up with that number. It's my grandmother's phone number. It was 988-5874. No, I'm kidding. But anyway... I didn't have a chance to take a look earlier at some of the work that Real Joe prints out for me in the morning from the other newsrooms. We generally look at the Guam Daily Post, and today that was almost exclusively the source for my news and commentary on local issues because the PDN wasn't at the gas station when I went there this morning. But Real Joe went to the Pacific News Center and saw a story here. The Guam Education Board has approved the adoption of the Smarter Balanced Assessment System. The Guam Ed Board has approved the adoption of another four-word buzzword. A whole phrase. What does it mean? We don't know, but we like the way it sounds. It's the Smarter Balanced Assessment System. Much better than the Smarter Unbalanced Assessment System. Huh? You remember a couple of years ago and back in the dark ages of education, we used the dumber balanced assessment system, but now we've got these smarter. Anyway, so I don't know what the components are. I am upset because the acronym they're using is SBAC, Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium, but the other thing is, and I'm just thinking with as many S words in here and one A word, they had an opportunity to have something that actually spelled out ass somewhere, and I don't know why. They're just way too straight over in that place. Vice Speaker engages congressional leadership to extend critical federal programs to Guam. Is this one of those things with that Chairman Grijalva? It's the one that was doing the cha-cha slide with the governor?
I don't know. I saw her picture, and she's a smoke show.
Yeah, okay.
Really? Senator Tlahi.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh. No, this is the Vice Speaker, Brett.
Oh, man,
That's
my
Tina
bad.
Rose. All right, GDOE
She's
to
hot,
look
too.
into Marshall Sablan Elementary lockdowns, reports of gunfire. It is what it sounds like. It might be just a couple of guys out there shooting for pigs because they can't afford any of the food in the grocery store anymore. And pigs are easy, and it's low-hanging fruit because literally it's right there down the street. So it would not surprise me if that's what it was. Elected public officials meet financial disclosure deadlines. Woo-hoo! And that means there's an opportunity for guys in the media business to poke holes and go, oh, look at who's making so much money because they work in the government of Guam. How are you getting rich there working for the people? Shouldn't you be poor? Shouldn't you give your money to poor people? JAL pilot, trailblazer for commercial flight industry in Japan. Ari Fuji is a pilot, historic Japanese aviator. I guess she's the first one, right? First
Yes.
Japanese female pilot?
Yeah, smoke show.
I'm most Japanese. But I'm here to tell you right now, as a fan of women in aviation, good for you. And I'm glad that she was greeted on Guam by one of my favorite female pilots. And so I hope that there is more of that going on in the thing. And a lot of people go, well, females in aviation, do they all want to be pilots? No, some want to be mechanics. Some want to be in charge of loading stuff. There's a whole lot of places for women to punch in besides flight attendants in the airplane industry. So take a look at those. And if you want information, you get a hold of me. I'll put you in touch with Perla, and Perla will take care of all the rest of it. Some charter school heads oppose teacher certification bill. You know why? Because you're charter school heads. That's why the whole idea of all of this is to be the unschool. And so that means that there needs to be places where in your traditional, smarter, balanced assessment programs that you got places where people can innovate and trailblaze the same way that the airline pilot is innovating and trailblazing. A couple of minutes away from the top of the hour, and I don't think I've got time to do this in the program. They've done a Singles in America survey. We're not talking about craft singles. We're talking about single people, and have come up with, it's a short list. It's a short list, but 3 things that you can do on a first date, any 3 of which will ensure that you don't get a second date unless the person that you're doing the date with is a glutton for punishment. Or is already a doormat for somebody else. Know what I mean? You get those people, they're just so excited to be on a date, period, that they'll put up with whatever crap that you've got. Don't you just love those? Perfect. So I'll give you the top 3 tomorrow. What?
Oh man, now I'm gonna be sure to be here tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly right.
Set up.
It's we call that foreshadowing, front selling, as it were. The 3 things that you can do on a date to ensure that you will never, ever, ever, ever get a second date. And there was one other thing I wanted to go over, and I'll leave you on this because Typhoon says that we spent too much time on COVID and we got to talk about positive things. It's 9:59. Take a selfie today. University of California in Irvine wasted money on a survey, but it found that taking more smiling selfies increases your chances of happiness. 41 students spent 4 weeks taking selfies and then reporting their moods, and over time, they noticed an obvious change. They were happier and more confident, and that mood lasted the entire day, even if they faked the smile. And we've got so many reasons to not fake a smile, so try that out today. And if you hit a dark spot, you hit a patch today, and you're just kind of not sure about things or wondering about whether or not you are happy and whether life is worth living, then just go over your camera roll in the phone. You don't have to go back 100 years. You probably don't even have to go back 100 hours. There's something in there that will put a smile on your face, even if it's just a picture of you with a smile of your face. But can you imagine, Real Joe, picture of you and Ruckus with a smile?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's that right there. That's worth living 100 years. 10 o'clock in the morning, the radio station's KUSG Aganya, 93.3. From Anna and Real Joe and Jerry Roberts, my name is Ray Gibson saying thanks for living. Thanks for living. I just stopped there. Here's the news.
I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The FDA has approved boosters for the Johnson & Johnson and Moderna COVID shots and says it's okay to mix brands of shots. The decision still needs the sign-off from the CDC as the White House COVID response team prepares for the approval of COVID shots for kids as young as 5. Response coordinator Jeff Zine says they have thousands of shots at the ready.
We've already enrolled more than 25,000 pediatricians, family doctors, and other primary care providers to administer vaccines, and we're working with states and localities to enroll more.
An FDA panel is expected to consider COVID shots for kids ages 5 to 11 when they meet next month. President Biden in his hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania this afternoon as he tries to gain support for his Build Back Better plan.
Somewhere along the way, we stopped investing in ourselves.
The president says his plan will fix up crumbling roads, repair outdated rail systems, and create thousands of jobs. This coming as a new Fox poll looks at his approval rating.
President Biden's 46% approval rating is down from 50% last month and down 10 points compared to June, with the biggest drop in support coming from suburban voters, followed by Democrats, then women. A slight majority approve of his handling of COVID, but on every other topic, he's below 50%, polling lowest on immigration, with just 34% approving his handling of that issue. The issue on the top of registered voters' minds is inflation. 83% said grocery prices had increased for them to some degree. 76%